Before we begin, we would like to invite Kirti ma'am to start the proceedings on a note of mindfulness.
Thank you, Arya. Good morning. Welcome to another day of inquiry, exploration, and learning. As we sit here together, may I request all of you to take this moment, sit comfortably wherever you are, feet resting gently on the earth that carries us. May I request everyone to take a moment and close your eyes. As we connect with ourselves, our breathing in, breathing out. Let's find this moment to connect to the joyful being that resides within each one of us. Let's focus on our breath, the very source of life. And as we all gather here, let's soak in the energy of this joyful being together, of a wonderful day that lies ahead, as we go ahead to inquire, to explore, and to learn even more. As and when you are comfortable, you may open your eyes to the moment that is now. Thank you. You may want to rub your palms and place them on your eyes as we proceed.
Thank you, Kirti ma'am, for that note of mindfulness.
A very warm welcome to everyone present here.
I'm Satvik Das, the head of the Karius team,
And I'm Arya Mahapatra.
and we are your hosts for today's event.
We are gathered here today to commence day 2 of the Educational Boot Camp. It is a pleasure to see all of you here, our distinguished guests, teachers, and students. Your presence here today is a testament to your support of Shiv Nadar School's commitment to sustainability.
We are also delighted to have some special guests joining us here today. We have with us Mr. Jivesh Kumar, the founder and CEO of Greenscape. We have Mr. Anand Narasimhan, the managing editor of Special Projects and senior anchor at CNN News 18. We have the esteemed Dr. Nitendra Singh, who is the nuclear safety engineer at ITER organization in France and the founder and president of the Indian Youth Nuclear Society. We have Ms. Shira Tabachnikov, the Deputy Head of Communications at ITER organization in France. We also have Ms. Rajbir, who is the Round Square Mentor and Coordinator for the South Asia and Gulf regions since 2013. We have Dr. Jihan Nicholson, the Product Specialist at Advanced Tech Controls and the Media Manager for IYNS and Head of Research and Development at SSIPL. We have Ms. Ankita Shammo, who is a training manager at IIT Bombay and part of the National Mission on Education through Information and Communication Technology as part of Ministry of Education, Government of India. We have Mr. Samyak Munot, who is a nuclear safety expert at the Bhabha Atomic Research Center and the IT manager of IYNS. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Ganesh, who is a nuclear scientist, part of BARC, and the EBC'22 coordinator as part of IYNS, and a sustainable and renewable energy expert. We welcome you all here today.
We would like to also welcome Colonel Gopal, CEO of Shiv Nadar School, Ms. Shashi Banerjee, Director of Education at Shiv Nadar Schools, and Ms. Aarti Dawar, the Chief Operating Officer and Director of People and Culture, Shiv Nadar Schools, who have taken out time from their busy schedules to join us here. Their presence today is a true honor, and we are grateful for your support. We welcome you all once again, and without further ado, let's get this show on the road. I hope you all enjoy what we have in store for you today, and that you leave here feeling inspired and entertained.
There must be a better way to make the things we want, a way that doesn't spoil the sky or the rain or the land. These words by Paul McCartney perfectly capture the essence of this year's edition of the Educational Bootcamp. This year's event has been a month-long celebration of learning and growth, packed with a series of engaging events with students. Our aim has been to create a space where young minds can explore the various aspects of sustainability and the role they can play in shaping a better future for our planet.
We believe that sustainability is not just a buzzword, it's a collective responsibility, and that we all need to take it seriously. The future of our planet depends on the choices we make today, and our students are the torchbearers of this change. They are the ones who will shape our world tomorrow, and this boot camp is designed to equip them with the tools and knowledge they need to make informed decisions.
Over the past month, our students have participated in a range of events, including poem writing, video submission, painting and creative art, and finally the memes and doodle competition, all aimed at deepening their understanding of sustainability and the environment. We are delighted with the responses we have received so far, and we hope this event will inspire our students to become active agents of change in their communities.
Once again, a warm welcome to all our esteemed guests. We hope that you will enjoy the day. We hope that you will all enjoy the day as the day unfolds itself. And we thank you for your continued support in our efforts towards sustainability.
If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. This quote deeply resonates with the principal of Shiv Nadar School, Noida, Ms. Anju Soni ma'am. Ma'am, we invite you to kindly welcome the gathering and address our guests.
Sorry for interruption, Manju. Our sound operator is hospitalized because of some illness yesterday night. That's why we are managing with some of our students and staff. So apology for disturbance. Thank you.
So kindly bear with us with these disruptions. A very good morning to all of you. My generation and the generations of many others here has had to learn a lot. We had to learn how to be curious, we had to learn to ask the right questions. We had to learn to accept a world that was very different from what we were used to. But you, my dear students, are the engineers of tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow. We are looking at a world which needs to combine the epistemic with ethics and aesthetics. A bit of a tongue twister, but I got it right again today. To aim for a world which is more humane and also more beautiful. We have learned that knowledge is not absolute, and we've learned to be okay with that. We've learned gender is not binary, but a spectrum. Therefore, gender concerns are human concerns and not limited to a certain percentage of the population. Therefore, we have learned that representation matters and the path to a happier world lies through social justice and education. We have learned that inclusion, diversity, and equity and sustainability are critical not just to the happiness of our generations, but to the happiness of our species, in fact, the very survival of the planet itself. The school is no longer a place to be trained, to be fit into a set box of patterns. All phases of education, from preschool to post-school, in virtually all parts of the world, have experienced unprecedented reform and restructuring in the recent years. And the restructuring has largely been driven by a global agenda, which has promoted the development of human capital as the key to economic competitiveness in the global market. Therefore, as educators, I think it becomes our responsibility to focus on the skill and competencies of the young generations, of the youth of tomorrow, for the global issues to be understood, to be able to work on finding local solutions for innovations, and to develop an entrepreneurial mindset to embrace failure in their step and rise like a phoenix. Hence, it is important, as I said earlier, to focus on skill and competency. School is now a place for exploration, conversations, questing and discovering, a safe space to conduct experiments, not just the kind that belong in a laboratory, but the kind that prepare us for life. And that is why learning conclaves like these are so important for all of us to organize and attend. And we are very, very privileged that you are getting the opportunity to engage and absorb these conversations and become the front runners in coming up with innovative solutions for the challenges which are imminently staring at us. Along with it, the scientific mindset is very important for us to deal with the VUCA world. The definition of VUCA, as I am using the word, is different. It's no longer volatile, ambiguous, unsure, whatever it is. I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong. I think what VUCA stands for is vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. And I think the only way we can aspire to achieve that VUCA is through STEAM. And STEAM is what makes it special because it blends science, technology, mathematics with arts to put a heart back into learning. We are very grateful to have partners like IYNS and Round Square, which believe in the power of adventure and the promotion of international understanding by bringing us all together, not just here today, but anywhere in the world virtually, along with organizations like ITER, which are making a real difference towards co-creating the future we would want to have. And with this, we extend a heartfelt welcome to our guest of honor, Mrs. Rajbir Sandhu, Ms. Shira, Head Science International Communications, Dr. Nitendra, President, IYNS and Safety Engineer at ITER, Dr. Samyak and Dr. Ganesh from BARC, Dr. Ankita from IIT Mumbai, Dr. Zihan from Advanced Tech Control Mumbai, the panelists, and Colonel Gopal, Employee Code 001, whom the children know as a lifelong learner, and also somebody who distributes chocolates for the right answer, if they get it. We also welcome Mrs. Shashi Banerjee. I don't think, children, you need an introduction to her. You know who she is. The founding principal at Shiv Nadar School, Noida, and now the Director of Education at Shiv Nadar School. We also welcome Ms. Aarti Davar, who is the COO and a parent, and we are very grateful to our parents who are present here today and the ones who are watching us virtually for believing in us and partnering with us in this journey each year. With us here, we have Mr. Nalin Mehta, Mr. Atishay Jain, Mr. Vibhor Kumar Singh, Mr. Jasdeep, Mr. Shiraz Kidwai, Mr. Gaurav Vadwa, Mr. Mayank Chaudhary, Mrs. Mithulina Chatterjee. In fact, we also have a grandparent, Mr. Dikshit among us, Mr. Abhishek Goyal, and Mr. Rishabh Agarwal. And we also have Professor Jyoti Sinha, who is the CEO at Omnipresent Robot Technologies. Thank you, dear parents, for being here today and partnering with us each day. I'm sure the children have had a lot of learning over the last 1 month, and they are going to have an equally engaging and meaningful day today. Thank you so much. Over to you, Arya and Satvik.
Thank you so much for your insightful words, ma'am. At Shiv Nadar,
Stand near this. Stand this side or on stage?
I'll speak from here because you got speakers behind you. This is catching the frequency.
At Shiv Nadar School, we aim to expand the knowledge of students beyond their textbook. In an attempt to do this, students and educators came together in a community where students could connect over scientific ideas. Karius also offers a common platform where we can share our innovative ideas and good practices to keep scientific temperament flowing across the Shiv Nadar family.
You can go on stage. Please go on stage with your script. Go.
Karius offers a common platform where we can keep our innovative ideas and good practices to keep scientific temperament flowing across the Shiv Nadar family.
But what does Karius mean?
Good question, Arya. Karius is a cross-campus science or STEAM society, and it is a collaborative effort of all the branches of the Shiv Nadar School, Shiv Nadar Foundation, and the Shiv Nadar Institute of Eminence, deemed to be university, where the faculties and students share their best practices, current development in science at a global level, and research papers. The Karius website also helps connect educators and students from various campuses for their personal growth. The Karius website is an online platform that provides consolidated resources for all things STEAM. It houses our exclusive in-house student-led Karius magazine that has been published and edited solely by students. Over the years, Karius has organized several interactive workshops, including but not limited to galvanoplastia, the microbial world, the educational boot camp, fear to fascination, and green chemistry. Furthering the trend of networking in international communities, we are proud to mention that our school is a Round Square school.
Round Square welcomes schools from around the world that share similar ethos and values and are committed to the advancement of education in accordance with our philosophy and principles. Together, the schools aim to inspire and draw out every child's capacity for self-discovery, personal development, achievement, and excellence with an approach that is practical, cross-cultural, and collaborative.
They aim to achieve this by following the Round Square ideals, that is, internationalism, democracy, environmentalism, adventure, leadership, and service, which provide a common platform shared by all Round Square schools around which we can collaborate, share learning resources, and participate together in joint activities, such as conferences, exchanges, and academic projects.
The Educational Boot Camp, EBC, is organized by Shiv Nadar Schools in association with Indian Youth Nuclear Society. This month-long awareness event on sustainable development goals is a two-day interactive session from the April 20th to the April 21st.
Arya, we all know that SDGs aim to better life on Earth. But let's go a little in depth. We believe that developed and sustainable living is everyone's right. A clean environment, healthy life, and basic amenities are a few things each one of us have a right to. In order to achieve this for every person on the planet, the United Nations came up with 17 such goals, which, if achieved, for every person on this planet could make life better and make this planet sustainable. All these goals are interconnected and have overlaps. One of the goals is quality education. This bootcamp is focused on delivering the quality education in a modern and innovative manner.
Educational Boot Camp 2023 will be addressing 4 SDGs. Goal 5, Gender Equality, Goal 9, Innovation, Goal 11, Sustainable Cities, and Goal 13, Climate Action.
EBC 2023 laid emphasis on creative thinking and sustainability to find solutions for current societal problems. One of the major outputs of this educational bootcamp will be at least one practical and innovative solution to the current problem we are facing in our day-to-day lives. That will define the true purpose of education for life.
Do you remember the last time EBC was conducted on school campus?
Interestingly enough, this is the first time since the pandemic that we're hosting this event offline. Thank you. This makes me want to take a moment and acknowledge everyone in the room. It's wonderful to see so many of you here today, face to face. Both in person and online, we have students from across the schools. It feels great to have the opportunity to connect to you all in an offline mode.
It's been a challenging year for all of us, but we're here today to celebrate the resilience and innovation of our education community.
We might not have been able to host this event on school grounds last year, but despite that, it was memorable for our students and our teachers. Let us go back to last year when this event was conducted online. Last year's topic was Let Us Celebrate the Sun.
The launch event witnessed the presence of school leaders from Shiv Nadar School, Shiv Nadar Institute of Eminence, Vidya Gyan Leadership Academy, and scientists from Indian Youth Nuclear Society. We were also delighted to have the esteemed presence of teachers and students from the participating schools DAV Ambuja Vidya Niketan, Podar International School, Bal Bharti Public School Noida, Sanskriti School New Delhi, DPS Faridabad, and the Genesis Global School. The event was full of memorable workshops and sessions, and we are sure the fun and learning will be replicated this year too.
The Educational Bootcamp 2023 commenced in the Faridabad campus on 20th April. The event started with an address by Anju Soni ma'am, followed by Matthew sir. After this, there was an interactive panel on women in STEM. The panelists were Dr. Nitendra, Ms. Sheera, Ms. Neeti Rao, Ms. Ankita, Ms. Roop Manjari Ghosh, who is the ex-Vice Chancellor at SNU, and Ms. Shalini. There were various interactive sessions planned with grades 6 to 12 on sustainable resources, clean technologies, and the opportunities at ITER. The sessions were highly engaging and fruitful for the student community. Our eminent guests are experts in their fields and have made significant contributions to society in various ways.
We're excited to have 3 simultaneous events happening throughout the day. The first is a Sustainable Smart Cities workshop from grades 6 to 8. This event is designed to inspire and engage young minds in sustainable city design, and is going to be led by experts in the field. This event will be taking place in the MPH in the primary block.
For our second event, we have a panel discussion on the topic Educational Institutes and Industry Partnerships. Our panel will be led by Dr. Nitendra Singh, Mr. Jivesh Kumar, Ms. Sheera Tabaknikov, and Mr. Anand Narsimhan.
The third event is a radioactivity observations and measurements workshop, which is taking place at Amity University. This event is designed to raise awareness about radioactivity and how it can impact our environment. Participants will learn how to measure radioactivity levels and interpret their findings.
And finally, we have the think tank event, where participants can give their ideas and views on the topics discussed in the panel discussion and the workshops. This will be a competition and the results will be declared at the end of the day. We're looking forward to seeing the creative ideas and solutions that emerge from this event.
It's going to be a day full of learning and engagement, and we're excited to be a part of it. So let's get started with the panel discussion, and let's start building a better and more sustainable future.
I would like to start by introducing our first panelist for the day. Nuclear safety engineer at ITER Organization, France, and the founder and president of the Indian Youth Nuclear Society, Dr. Nitendra Singh is enthusiastic, self-motivated, and passionate. He is fond of traveling, photography, hiking, and passionate about cooking. His research interests include nuclear safety and design, reactor thermal hydraulics, and nuclear severe accidents. In addition, he is an avid speaker on nuclear for climate change, advanced technologies, and public awareness.
Founder and CEO of Greenscape, an engineer by profession, visionary by heart, Mr. Jivesh ventured into the sustainable electronics material management industry in 2007. An opportunity lies in a problem. Mr. Jivesh saw this problem as a future urbanore. This kick-started his journey as an entrepreneur. His dream is to make India Atmanirbhar and a resource-efficient economy by the means of extracting secondary raw materials and promote cautious capitalism while bringing back critical materials to supply chains and lessen the dependency on primary ones.
Committed to making a positive change for the planet with 20+ years of experience, Ms. Sheera Tabaknikov is a highly skilled professional currently acting as the Deputy Head of Communications at ITER Organization in France. She is known for bringing inspirational thoughts on leadership in science communications for international organizations.
TV media journalist Mr. Anand Narsimhan is a well-known media personality, journalist, and news anchor who has made a name for himself in the Indian broadcasting industry. He's managing editor, special projects, and senior anchor at CNN News 18. Mr. Narsimhan has reported on a wide range of global events, including major political developments, natural disasters, and social issues. He is renowned for his insightful analysis and commentary on current affairs, which have earned him a reputation as one of India's most respectful journalists.
Without further ado, let us begin with our first panel discussion of the day on the topic Educational Institutes and Industry Partnerships.
Before we start, a special mention to Dr. Patrick Dasgupta, head of department at Delhi University, who couldn't join us today as he's unwell. And without further ado, let us start with the panel discussion. We would like to invite all the panelists on stage.
Please give a huge round of applause.
By the time stage is set, can I invite Matthew for a few words? May we have you here, Matthew?
Typical Venita, isn't it? Matthew, come and say something. What is exciting is everyone here, because you're about to listen to people in industry who know what's going on in the world and what has to happen in the world. So to me, this is the best classroom you could ever have. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. It's not about textbooks, exams, marks. It's about what is in your heart, what's your passion. What are you going to do with your life that's going to make something different, not just for you, but your family and the world. And of course, I'd like to think that being a member of Shiv Nadar School means a lot on that journey. So take in what is said today, pay attention, and even the people online are capturing these experts in what will be your future. So good luck on it. God bless. Thank you, Venita.
Can we all move?
Good morning, students, educators, participants, and our eminent guests. I'm Nirali.
And I'm Harsh.
And today we have with us a highly learned and accomplished set of individuals who I'd like to introduce again as Dr. Nitendra Singh, Mr. Anand Narsimhan, Mr. Jivesh Kumar, and Ms. Shira Tabaknikov. Could we have a huge round of applause for them?
These souls have rocked their respective fields in ways unimaginable to us. And it is a true honor to sit here today and talk about something I especially feel connected to as a senior in high school: educational institutes and industry partnerships. These partnerships are very beneficial for both the parties involved. These have become increasingly important in today's world and provide practical experience and access to real-world scenarios which are invaluable in preparing students for their future careers.
Through this discussion, we're going to learn about the intricacies of educational and industry partnerships, how they develop entrepreneurial skills, the role of media in facilitating such ties, and their role in a rapidly emerging job market. To start off with the basics, and I pose this question to the entire panel, so you can take turns to answer this, but how do you think educational institutions and industry partnerships benefit both academia and industry? Mr. Nitendra, how about we start with you?
Thank you. This is the first thing I really want to start with. The idea of this partnership with education institution with industry is not new. We are not doing something new. But the issue is at the level at which it is being done is mainly with the universities and industry. School is not really being connected to the industries. Earlier it was okay, maybe, I don't know why. But now I feel the students are quite aware, they are quite intelligent and very well connected to what is going around the world. So they know what is the problem of drinking water we have, whether it's in Africa or in our own country. They know what is the issue we are having in the world of geopolitics. They know how it is impacting ISS or any major project. So if they know and they want to discover more about it, then why not to connect it with those people who are actually involved in it? We have brilliant journalists with us. Maybe if we have a good collaboration with media houses, they get to know a better and real-time information. We have people who are working in the industry and those who are, for example, we have a robotics team here at your school, and we are facing a problem in the industry that we want to have that sort of technology for different applications. Why cannot we involve those students to have a flavor of it. Maybe they can give us something better in return. Maybe it could be a naive product, but you can have an idea from it. And secondly, the student will get to be a part of real front problems which we are facing in our day-to-day life, globally. And as I always say, we have global issues, but we need to find innovative local solutions to them. And that's the real connection of SDGs in our day-to-day life. So my real thought on this particular topic is that school and all those institutions who are involved at this education level at a very nascent stage, they should become a partner with industry. They need to understand what is the real problem in day-to-day life and try to connect them with school, not only with students, but the faculty as well. Most often we forget that the faculty who is been teaching and grooming those students, they are brilliant enough, but they are not utilizing their own potential of research, ideas, to be utilized in that sort of problem solving direction. So with this particular wave, I look that we should figure out some way of collaboration between schools and institutions or like this with industry at whatever stages it is possible. So that's the my idea of opening thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ms. Shira, what are your opinion about this?
I fully agree with Nitendra that understanding the relevance and the context of your education in the real world and how you can put it to use and have a fruitful life and career, that's something that you can really learn as a student when you're working in an organization. But on the other side of it, it's so valuable for us, the people who are working, to have your energy, your new insights, your skills. We benefit enormously at EATR when we have young people come in our internships. We have internships with high school students, with universities, PhDs, and early career researchers. And I remember just a few weeks ago, we had a young guy come in. He was, I think, 18. He was in his last year of high school. And there's an older writer. I shouldn't say, maybe that's ageism, I don't know, but he's a grumpy old French guy. And he's been a journalist his whole life, 30, 40 years. And he crankily said, I don't have time to mentor this young guy, to share all my knowledge with him. Why should I? And I just said, just wait and see. Well, he came in, he started, and within 1 week, he had completely redone all of our social media channels. He'd made a video that had 10,000 likes, and he'd raised our followers. We went up like 5,000 people within 1 week with this guy. Not only that, but he was making videos with branding. He figured out making beautiful graphic design. And we all felt embarrassed, like, oh my gosh, we thought he was coming to learn from us, and we benefited so much from him. So it's completely mutual. Also, when I was young, in high school, I didn't know what I wanted to study. And I realized today, the jobs that we're doing here today, most of them didn't exist. So how could I know? How could I know you could do social media as a career or fusion? So it's also really good to get this agility to see what's out there and to be able to adapt and learn new skills. And I think you get a sense of that when you see what we're doing today, and it might give you ideas for where it could go for the next steps in that evolution. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, ma'am. Next we move to Mr. Jivesh. Sir, what are your opinions?
So I totally agree. The partnership is a two-way street always. Like you can see, the exposure that an industry inside that brings for the students is really valuable to seeing what career paths you want to pursue. On the second note, the industry learns a lot from the young generation. You know, the feedback loop is timeless. Like Gopal says, he's a student for life. So is the industry. If you're not agile enough, nobody pays for your inefficiencies. You've seen companies which were top notch to the tune of Blackberries of the world, Nokias of the world. It's very hard to survive in a world which is changing faster than you can imagine. To give you a live example, she's talking about an 18-year-old kid who's in school. I have a 2.5-year-old son. And, I kept observing that every time I come back home, mine and my wife's laptops are lying there, and suddenly my laptop moves into a corner near a dustbin. I was very surprised when it happened a couple of times. Then I figured out that the poor kid, he opens up the laptop and my screen is not touch screen and my wife's screen is touch screen. So he thinks like it's useless. So basically the feedback loop that the industry takes is that, look, if you have to cater to the generations to come, you need to understand how they are thinking. You need to understand what's going on in their mind. So if at that young age these guys can do, I think schools, high schools, you guys have a lot of feedback that's very constructive that industries can really benefit from, and so can you guys. It's all about putting in those right kind of association together. And I think like these are one of the few ways which I feel like back in the day it wasn't available, where you had access to these sort of associations with the industry. So I think it can be really valuable, and as valuable as you want to make it seem. And I think the industries will really pounce upon these sort of ideas.
Thank you, sir. It was really insightful. So next we move to Mr. Anand.
Namaste, morning. I'm going to be a little disruptive. That's what journalists are supposed to do, aren't we? So first up, what's your name? No. Louder. Yeah, Satvik. What's your name?
Nirali.
Nirali. You didn't need your mic. You could have said Nirali confidently. Right, so Satvik and Nirali, you got the ability to be good hosts, presenters, because you've got confidence, you've got poise. Think about it. And when you're more than 18 years of age, we'll connect if I'm still in the business. So, but good job, because you need presence of mind. What happens is some people have natural ability, natural skill. You got to spot that out. Let me ask you all students, you see that rock climbing thing there? How many of you said, I want to get to the top. I want to touch those 4 bars right at the top. Those look like speakers or hooks. I want to climb it and I want to bang it. How many of you thought I want to do it? Honest, put your hand up. How many of you thought you want to do it? How many of you have attempted it? How many of you have attempted it? That's my first point. Schools, parents, families have to tell us, and we have to tell ourselves, to take risks. The first aspect is not about skilling, it's not about anything, it's about orientation. The first is risk. So you need to take risk. Second, how many parents and how many of you have tried to add salt in tea and drink it? And if your child is wanting to do it, you have allowed your child to do it. There's a series called Emily. She's a scientist. She gets children to experiment. Volcanoes, bubbles, all of it. How many of you have done it in school here? Gone crazy. Destroyed the lab, done some things. Experiment. Unless you experiment, you will not learn. So take risk, experiment. The third part is failure. You need to embrace failure. Today in society, what's happening is parents and you guys are afraid of failure. You don't want your children to fail. You don't want yourself to fail. But the fact is, every success story is written after 100 failures. It's when you fall and you rise up and you figure it out. So these F's are important. Failure, fall, figure it out. Don't be afraid of failing. You want to do something, go ahead and do. You're not going to get it right. And it's okay. It's okay to fail. This is what we want schools to teach our children in this generation, because you'll have to. And I'll tell you why. And the next one is ownership. Now, ma'am, how many students in our school in Shiv Nadar? How many students? Total? 2,000 students. How many of these students are above, say, grade 5 or grade 6? All of you are grade 5, grade 6. How many of you are on social media? Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, whatever. How many of you post on social media every day? Once a week. You're all, it's okay. I'm asking you, how many of you have posted about your school? How many of you regularly post about your school, the activity in your school, initiative in your school, some event in your school, something that happened in your school on your own? If there are 900 to 1,000 children above grade 5 and all of you post at least once a week about your school, how much are you populating social media with Shiv Nadar School? Why do you need us? Why do you need us? Do you have a YouTube channel? Student run YouTube channel? Do you have a student run podcast? Do you have a student run Facebook interaction, live play? What's happening? Instagram, shorts, do you put out shorts? Do you have a team that is doing this regularly? How much are you populating? What targets have you set for yourself? Hey, you don't need us. Today you don't need us. You need to do these 4 things. That is, take risk, experiment, fail, and take ownership. You're able to do this, industries will come to you. If you're able to do this, industries will come to you. The next part of what industry can do, I'll come to that in just a bit. Back to you.
Thank you to all our panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? So next up, we actually have a game, and what the game is about is you'll have a bowl in front of you, and there'll be 2 questions, out of which you can pick one, and you'll have to read it out and answer the question. So you have to pick one of 2, but you don't know what the questions are. So we're going to start with Dr. Nitendra. So just
you do the question and you do the answer yourself. So you're absolving yourself of all duties also. Fantastic.
If you could just read out the question as well.
Nice one. It says, what role can partnership with industry play in fostering collaboration between student, researcher, and advancing breakthrough and discoveries? Cool. So I need to answer it. See, if I go back in my own days when I was working as a researcher, or I was in that sort of setting, I used to think that if I get a chance, I'll do this. If I get a chance, I'll do this. And I was one of those crazy guys who used to lock the lab from inside and break everything. So this I think the most important aspect. And maybe all of you can support me in this. Every now and then when we are kids or students, we have ideas in our mind which we feel, oh, this seems to be the Nobel Prize winning idea. And after 5 days you realize, no, it has already been done. Oh, I'm crazy. And after a few minutes you have another idea. So likewise, you always have some ideas. You want to figure it out where it is going. And normally you can do it. You discuss with your school, with your colleagues, with your teachers that you want to try this, and you do that. Imagine if you are thinking this idea and you have industry from that region available to you for this discussion, and you tell them, okay, I am thinking of making some robo which can help maybe in this direction. Is it okay? You know, you don't know, maybe that is the real requirement we are looking for as an industry partnership. So it, as all the panelists have mentioned, it's a two-way thing. So this partnership will be a big impactful change, because it will not only bring the problems to the school, it will also bring the solutions to the industry, and both ways, of course. And I'll give you an example. At ITER, we are working in, of course, it's a very advanced technology which are working, but it all belongs to the basics. And we are developing few robotics to deal with so many different aspects where it is really difficult for a man to go and do the maintenance work in future, for example. And also for remote handling of some critical components, some radioactive materials and things like that. And we are, every year we organize one national championship of robotics at ITER, and we invite students to bring those ideas and work and how they could be the part of the system. Why it becomes interesting, this could be a normal thing which can be done and which is happening over different places, but why it is interesting, we give them ITER design, that this is your limitation, create your ideas for solving this problem, and you won't believe, we receive so many such solutions which we find, oh, this is interesting, let's try this at our scale, at the problem solving scale at the industry, and they works pretty fine with this. Another example, all of you are reading more about AI, virtual reality, and there's new term called digital twin. And I feel so proud that we are already doing it. We have our own digital twin without the existence of real world, which is under construction. So we do use virtual reality to understand those areas which are, you know, how we will do the maintenance or we will do the operation of this machine in future times. Now imagine you have a gamer in your group who is quite well versed with this particular AI thing, because gaming is such a real thing. When I used to play GP, it was a completely a real world for me, even it is not existing outside. But that's what we are doing in reality for the application of advanced energy systems. So, simple answer, if you club them too, you can do wonders. So that's what I feel, that the role of this partnership will foster so many things in a positive direction, both ways. Simply. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's an excellent way of putting it. Ms. Sheera, your turn.
I'm so glad I brought my glasses, my reading glasses up here.
I like the frame.
Thank you. How can industry partnerships help provide students with real-world experience and prepare them for leadership roles in their respective fields? I love this question. So real-world experience and prepare them for leadership roles. Well, I'm kind of like Nitendra. I come up with my own experience right away when I read this. So I'll just start with that. When I was in high school, I also had to do an internship, and I really didn't know what to do. I had no idea. And somebody came to me and said, well, I have a friend and she works at a television station. It's the local station. And you could always do that if you wanted to. And I said, fine. I really didn't know what I wanted. So I went and they said, we need a camera woman. I learned how to run a camera. I was standing there in the talk shows, and I loved it. It was so much fun to zero in and come out and listen to the discussions. And then they said they needed someone for the local basketball game. So I had the camera, it was huge on my shoulder, and I remember I had no clue what I was doing, so I was in the middle of the basketball court, and they had to push me off the basketball. You don't really know what you're doing. And then there was a fashion show, and I just ended up loving it. And later, I thought I should go into communications, because it's everything I love. It's storytelling, it's getting out, meeting people, and sharing positive things, or not always positive, but sharing what's going on in the world. And so that always inspired me later to bring in young people and show them what I'm doing. And sometimes they'd be really bored when they would work with me, and I'd say, well, Could you please fill out this database that we have to do? Because work can also be super boring. Let's face it. There are days when you just, like, is it 5 o'clock yet? Or, you just want to go home. But then what I've noticed when you have days like that, you also have time for some new ideas. You might think it's boredom, but that's usually when you come up with some new initiative or idea. And the key is to follow through with that. Small steps, take little steps to creating your own initiatives, to creating change. And that's really what I discovered through boredom at work. It was, I know, I'm really annoyed that our newsletter is so boring. It's all technical, for example. So then you go out and you start interviewing people, getting videos in there, just changing things through annoyance and boredom. So when I had an internship with me, an intern with me recently at EBC'23, it was one of those kind of quiet weeks. And I kept trying to come up with things for her to do. And I said, I don't know if you'll like this, but I'm giving a training on intercultural communications. And it's tomorrow if you want to come. And she was like me. She shrugged. She didn't know what she wanted. She had no clue. I really recognized that. And then she came to my training. At EBC'23, we work with hundreds of different nationalities, actually. Maybe not hundreds, but close to 100. And one of the things I've developed on one of those boring days, I decided to become a certified intercultural communications and awareness trainer, and I give trainings at EBC'23. And she came with me for that, and she just loved it. She was practically running the workshop by the end, and she called me recently. She's now studying science communications and intercultural communications at a university in X, and she's going to come back for a university internship, and she knows what she wants to do. She loves it. So I don't even remember what the question was, but I hope this was some helpful stories for you to keep in mind that sometimes you don't know what you want to do, and that's okay. Being curious, taking risks, failing. Boredom is also great. Sometimes you're going to be bored. That's okay. It can be very fruitful. And you just never know what you're going to discover.
Thank you, ma'am. When you give real-life examples, then the things become more relatable to us. So thanks. Thanks for that.
I feel like a lot of us can relate with the not knowing what to do thing. Yeah. Okay,
But
so...
tell me something. What is it that makes you want to wake up at 5 a.m. after sleeping at 11 in the night, a tired day, but you still want to get up at 5 a.m. to do something? You look at a library, or you look at books, or you look at something, and what is the subject, a book that you want to reach out to? You walk into a store, and what catches your attention? What are you drawn to? You like to be in front of the camera or behind it? You like to be the script, or you like to write the story or be the story? You have to think what draws you, and then go ahead and pursue that. There will be 10 people telling you 10 things. 10 people will be telling you 10 things. But there is one thing inside you which will keep telling you and pushing you in one direction. Learn to figure that out. You figure that out, you don't need to bother about what, अरे उसको इतने marks मिले हैं, वो इतना कर रहा है, वो ये कर रही है, see, this person's doing that, that person's doing this person. You do what you feel like doing. The moment you enjoy that, you make your passion your profession, success will come to you. That's important. Yeah.
I totally agree, and I think I hated that question. What are you gonna be when you grow up? As if you're gonna be something different than you are now. It's maybe what do you want to do, and you can do a lot of things, and it can change. And I also think sometimes you don't know quite what that passion is, or you have a lot. And what I discovered was by doing something a lot, and I kept getting better at it, then I started liking it. So sometimes you just pick one and start doing it, and it kind of grows, and as you get better, it does become your passion, or it can be. Yeah, do several things in parallel, yeah.
And it's okay to fail. Yeah. It's okay to say, oh, this is not my job. Look at this guy, 2007 when nobody was talking sustainability, he's gotten into a space. That takes a lot of conviction.
I won't know still. No, but that's right. Like just keep doing it. It's like, you put in the hard work, eventually you'll get it through. It's, like you said, if you're going in for a sport, you have a big match, you're scared. You have the yips, as they call it, right? If you've batted enough, if you've practiced enough, you will just go enjoy yourself on the pitch. Or like, it's going to be a dream run. So I totally agree. Just find a problem that wakes you up at 5 a.m. Keep practicing. I think you'll love the flow.
Thank you, sir. You have now 2 questions to pick from.
2? How can educational institutions and industry work together to ensure that students are equipped with the necessary skills, knowledge, and mindset to succeed in the rapidly changing job market and contribute to the entrepreneurial ecosystem? I guess that's my question. So yeah, there's no sure short way of success in anything, right? Entrepreneurship is all about taking the right risk, finding the right problem to solve. So that is one of the bigger things, a lot of problems look worth solving. So rather than just looking for the solutions, as a student, you should see that, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to solve for. This is the way I see the world in the future, and this is what the world needs. And this is, I can be the missing piece of that puzzle. And, just channelize all your energies, believe in yourself. And, as Shah Rukh Khan says, the whole ecosystem will work with you and push you in the right direction. So, hard work is something that will push you in the right direction. I keep telling all my colleagues, advisors, investors that, look, the difference between a successful person and probably a not so successful person is not usually talent. I would say there's 100 actors better than Shah Rukh Khan in the industry, but he holds the accountability to himself. He wants that not just his career, but the people who are banking on him, everybody goes in the right direction. So look, the day the mindset is that the world is bigger than just us, and the way the surroundings can benefit from you, everybody. So the more lives you touch, the more lives you enable in any direction, entrepreneurship will surely be an educated bet to move that forward. That's what I've learned the hard way, and of course, to be very honest, if somebody would have told me that it's going to be this hard, I think I'll be still working at IBM. But that's the thing. It's the journey, not the destination. So you got to enjoy the journey, like you said. Like even if you're failing, even if you're losing the match, you got to finish those 50 overs and enjoy every ball of it. Try and hit it out of the thing, even if it doesn't mean anything. Just do your best and enjoy while putting your best foot forward. That's for me, I think, is success altogether, whether anything comes through it or not.
Thank you, sir. So there is one follow-up question. Like the candidates which you have as employees, so what difference do you find between those who come through these partnerships and those who don't?
So I've never looked at it that way. So anybody who's coming in, the biggest factor is what motivates them. What are they? See, I feel that there's much more to life than just earning money. The passion, the the thing that's not up here but right here that drives you more. So if you have it right here, wherever you come from, like I keep telling them, if it was just the money, Indian Army won't even have a single employee. It's like, the passion drives everybody. So this is the best way to know your passion, drive your passion. Your like life is just full of possibilities for you guys. You know, social media is talking about, like, you know, for us when we grew up, probably we didn't have exposure to so many things. So find your passion. You know, use this time to just find your passion. Whether it is industry, whether it is school, whether it is interaction, whether it your parents, friends, your friends. Just see what wakes you up at 5 a.m., like he says.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to add to what difference you're talking about with an example. So I have seen in all big research institutions in India as well, whether it's BRC or any other, you name them, we have good researchers coming from really brilliant background and really, you know, sharp minds, having brilliant knowledge about their fields. Still, when they participate in conferences, it's really difficult for them to communicate what they are working on or what that will impact or, you know, bring the change to the society. The problem is the skills, what you're talking about. They were never in that ecosystem where they can acquire those little communication skills to, you know, just groom themselves with that sort of skill. And when we are discussing this today, we are having a parallel session going on sustainability, sustainable cities, and there these students are learning CFD, computational fluid dynamics skills. Yeah, to evaluate and understand how we can plan our cities with natural airflow, which could reduce your temperatures in summers and will make it more you know, bright using the natural sunlight instead of depending on your the artificial lights using the energy. So that's you can find the difference what I'm talking about. If you are not in that ecosystem, these basic skills become difficult to acquire. So the difference will come if I have to hire an employee with this different, I would prefer the one who has already the partner, because the basics I need not to work on with him. It's the skills which are already propagated to him. So that's what I think.
Thank you, sir. I believe that communication is, as you mentioned, an invaluable prospect that all of us need to acquire. Next up, we have Mr. Anand.
Number five. Yeah, great, thank you. So, before I get to the question, I'm reminded of Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was asked, who do you fear? Which opponent do you fear? So, he says, I don't fear somebody who knows 10,000 punches and kicks. I fear the person who's practiced one punch 10,000 times. So that's the difference about lage raho, perseverance, keep at it. And this keeping at it will happen only if you find something that you are passionate about, that wakes you up at 5 a.m. So these things are linked to each other. Now, how can media, this is my question, how can media platforms such as social media, websites and online publications be effectively utilized by educational organizations to raise awareness, shape success stories and showcase entrepreneurial initiatives that bridge the gap between academia and industry? The question is, let me ask you, why should there be a gap between academia and industry? If the academia is not equipping students to fulfill the needs of the industry, that means they're both disjointed by default. So one needs to understand what the industry wants. And if the industry is not able to take on what the academia is actually producing, then again we have a problem. So no matter what social media or what media platform you do, if you're not coaching people for the right job, today we are moving to manufacturing, right? So far India was a service industry. So everybody was now started coding. Because artificial intelligence, everybody is starting coding, and because gaming and everybody wants to start. Now we're getting into manufacturing chips, semiconductors. We are going to manufacture hardware. So we got to reorient ourselves to try and start building, constructing, manufacturing. Like I said, the orientation in academic institutions has to be around the fact that is the child ready to take risks? Is the child ready to fail? Is the child ready to experiment? And is the child ready to take ownership of what he or she is doing? That's where it all starts. Then skilling comes into place. And like I said, today, social media, you don't need to depend on us. What will happen is when you build, when you reach a certain mass, we will come to you. You become magnets by default. Shiv Nadar School, you kids, if you are able to develop a following of 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, others will by default, influencers will start coming to you. Media houses will start coming to you. Arey, aap log kya kar rahe ho jo aapka, you know, that you've got such huge following. What is it that you guys are doing that you're getting such big following? What is it that you're creating influence upon? That, what differentiates you from 1,000 other schools, 5,000 other schools, you've got to find that out. Look at what Karnavati University is doing. Sharda University is doing. These kids who are there, they are crazy on social media platforms. I've gone to see what they're doing. They've started their own incubation groups for senior students, for those who are into graduation, post-graduation. They've started incubating startups. These incubators, they have funded them with 5 lakh rupees, 10 lakh rupees to start taking ownership. And some of them now have got funding up to 1.5, 2 crores, 3 crores to take their businesses to the next level. And they're all 19, 20, 21 years old. So academic institutions can do that. What can we do as industry? I can speak for myself. See, certain industries, we cannot take on students on board till they're 18. So certain organizations have rules, but that doesn't stop us from coming here. That doesn't stop us from conducting workshops with you. That doesn't stop us from helping you shed your inhibitions, finding the storyteller, the story writer, the story in you. It doesn't stop us from doing that. We are happy to come and do that. And that's what's important. There's always this entire argument, I'm sorry I'm digressing a bit, about science and art, what came first. And I'm going to marry that with artificial intelligence. What do you think is the biggest example of artificial intelligence? Anybody? No, dude, nature. And twins. Absolute twin. Look at a lotus. Who coded the lotus? Absolute symmetry. And not one lotus. Every lotus is perfect in symmetry. Every petal of the lotus, the reverse on the bottom, is an equal and perfect symmetry. Nature is the biggest artificial intelligence source. It's around us. So if nature can code itself so brilliantly, right down to the wire, it takes science to figure that out. But the beauty of the lotus is art, right? So science and art go hand in hand. Ek dusre ke, they complete each other. So who came first is never the question. They both came together. So that's the beauty in nature. And that's what we need to take forward when we look at, learn from our surroundings. We talk about sustainability. Do you know our systems? He was talking about homes, airflow, how to work. Go and see how huts are designed in villages in Rajasthan. Then go across to Leh and see how they design their homes. Traditional homes. Go to Arunachal. Travel down to Tamil Nadu and see how the difference, each home, when you sit inside at 45 degrees or at minus 20 degrees, the homes are cool or the homes are warm. Because they have designed, they figured out this design. The largest number of schools that are opening in our country today are design schools. Why? Because everything we do is design. What academic institutions need to do is equip children in design. We need to get into designing everything. Everything is design. Every single aspect is design. You know the Apple Store that's open? What's unique about the Apple Store? Tell me. Quickly, Apple Store that's opened in Mumbai, Apple Store that opened in Delhi. Layout, keeping every product. Just be loud. Okay, yes, there. History of this place. What else? Guys, when you go there, don't look at the Apple products. You can look that up online. Go there and see how they have made a net zero store right from day one. It's a 100% sustainable store. They have designed a store that's net zero from day one, that's sustainable from day one. What have they done to do that? They've got solar panels to get their electricity. Their entire electricity consumption is renewable. The entire store is designed for a net zero carbon footprint. That's the story you need to go and see how they designed it. The Ashok Hotel in Bangalore, one of the hotels which is nearly a 100-year-old building, it's net zero today. That hotel is net zero today. Mahindra & Mahindra is 60% net zero in their operations. HCL, the principal partners, 50 to 60% net zero in their operations today. Organizations are moving towards sustainability, and how are they changing design? How are they doing it? This is what you need to learn as practical case studies before you step out into the world and talk sustainability. Are your uniforms sustainable? Is the education material sustainable? What are you doing with all the waste? Are you recycling it? Are you reusing it? Now, I'm sorry I'm rambling on, but I'm just quickly going to wind up this. In Vadodara at the university, I saw a startup that is setting up units in schools to use the school waste to create paver blocks. Paver blocks which are stronger than cement, paver blocks which are stronger than marble and stone, and paver blocks that are cheaper than these 1 square meter. And schools are now embracing it already. So sustainability has to be practiced. You have to also see, and you got to also learn. So all of this is the learning process. It's beyond the textbook, it's experiential, and it's experimental. That's where industry and academia can work. This disjointedness should not be there if both are completing each other. So you have to be open and agile enough to react to what the industry wants or what the nature of the beast is, because it's ever evolving. And that's the biggest challenge for educators and educational institutions. Sorry.
I'll add a bit to it. Yesterday I get to know that Shiv Nadar Faridabad is also a green building. Yeah. So instead of going out, you can. So you need to just study your design. You will get to learn so many principles out of it. And as you're mentioning, these days there are so many international architects who are using bio tiles, specific ones, because they are basically found using marine algae and salt.
An innovator has actually designed bricks made out of cow dung, which are air, water, everything, nature proof.
Yeah.
No, they have done it.
Yes.
It's sustainable. These guys they're getting into these spaces. I'm just saying, how many of our students here, all of us are going back and telling our parents and their family, listen, my school is a net zero building.
Yeah.
You're not headlining it in your own family. You expect news channels to headline it for you.
I just wanted to say something because this is my second day in India. I've never been here before. And I think you have such a huge advantage to, I'm American, but I've been living in Europe for 30 years, to some of the places I've lived. When I see the resilience, the agility to think fast, and I've been in traffic a lot since I've been here, I'm amazed at how you can kind of have an intuitive sense and a clever understanding the way you can communicate with subtle hints, and how so many different types of vehicles, including Buffalo, can interact on the highways. This has just changed my world. And when I think about how spoiled and unresilient, we have no grit in the US and in Europe. We complain as soon as we're slightly uncomfortable, or if it's, a little bit busy on the roads. You have so much built-in resilience. You are way ahead of others, and that skill. And own it. Own it, because it's a huge advantage, I think, in the global economy and in some of the roles that you might play in organizations or in academies in the future and institutes all over the world. So I'm very impressed.
I must also say that we are way ahead in meeting SDG goals also. As a nation, we are far ahead of our SDG commitments compared to some of the European and the Western nations. Yeah. We are already achieved 40% net zero ability, which was supposed to be a commitment by 2030. We did that in 2022. We had to go 100% net zero by 2070. It's been advanced to 2050. We are also producing green electricity or renewable electricity at 250 gigawatts. The target was 500 gigawatts by 2030 or 2027, but we are actually going to meet that target by 2025. We are producing green hydrocarbon, and to produce green hydrocarbon, the net aspect is that green hydrocarbon is going to be produced through green electricity and green energy. For that, another 150 gigawatts additional capacity is going to be built in by 2026. So as far as meeting SDG goals, we are also setting the example as 1/5 of the population of the world, which is having to embrace this before we are even a developed nation. We are also setting the template that's also mindful of our grit and our ability.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them?
Yeah, thank you so much to all of you. The tactful answers which you people gave, and Mr. Anand, I really loved the way you explain things. So thank you for all the things, and thank you, students.
We hope this session was fruitful and got your thinking caps on for your career options and how you view the world in general. We thank you all for being such a lovely audience and hope you have a great day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nirali. We all are running short of time. I'm sorry, but is there any question from audience, from my students, my beloved students? Is there any question? Yeah? Yes? Do you want to ask any question to panelists? Okay. Is there any question from Aravali or other schools who have come? Okay.
I would really like to ask Ms. Shira, how did you arrive on, did you know you wanted to work on sustainability right off the bat, or did you get into your career and then eventually realize, since it's such a big problem and we're talking so much about it?
It was a journey. It was a journey. I didn't think about sustainability at all when I was younger. I don't think a lot of people were. I started off as a financial consultant. I was trading stock and options on the New York Stock Exchange when I was 24. And from there, I felt something in my gut. I just felt it. It didn't feel right for me, and not just for me, but for something bigger. And I couldn't explain it at all. Then from there, I took a bit of a break, traveled around the world, and came back and decided, advertising, that's for me. People told me I would be great at it, so I did advertising, and I worked with Shell, Microsoft, telecommunications, and again, something in my gut, it just didn't feel right. And then somebody said, Shira, this big publishing company, it's called Elsevier, they're the largest science publisher in the world. They needed someone for a few months to come in and lead their global communications. And I said, oh God, that sounds so boring. I don't think I want to do that. But they were insistent. They said, we really need someone with your background. I said, fine, I'll do it for 3 months. And when I got there, I met scientists, and I hadn't been hanging out with scientists at all, but they were so cool. Yeah, and they were telling me about their research, and we did research from everything you can imagine: social science, psychology, energy, physics, and I just fell in love with telling science stories. Because they weren't, as Nitendra said, they weren't very good at it. They needed me, and I liked that as well. Like I was able to help them and get their stories across. And I became fascinated with science communications at that stage. And then I went from the publishing side to actually working on with researchers and going to work in science organizations so I could go even deeper. And then I ended up, and I was always looking for more of a challenge. And then I ended up at the motherlode of challenges, which is ITER, which is one of the most complex projects in the world. Not just the science, not just the engineering, but the project management, the intercultural project management is a huge challenge as well. So it kind of uses all of my skills, and it also will lead to a sustainable future. We're not there yet, but we're working towards it. And I started becoming aware that this was what was making that feeling go away. And I finally feel good.
With permission of moderator, oh sir, please go ahead.
Sorry, how many of you have heard about the Space Kids program? How many of you have heard about the Space? You know what these kids did? How many kids were they? 750 girl children from the remotest schools of our country, across the country. You know what they've done? They put a satellite up. It's a self-built satellite which was recently launched. It had a failed launch back in August. They launched it again. It's successfully in orbit. You know what it did? It had a bat-like design. They've designed it themselves. So it was a small thing, about 8 kilos, goes up, opens up, and it's got a huge wing-like, bat-like wing, and it says, India welcomes nations of G20. So this is built by 700 girl students who are aged between 12 and 15 years of age. And this is a Space Kids program. So science and academia working together, this is happening. It's not that it's not happening. And this is one more thing. Do you know, when we had COVID, there was an organization which is largely defense research, that's DRDO, which brought together 75 plus innovations in less than 9 months to ensure that we are able to beat the pandemic. And these scientists worked and helped passed on these innovations to the industry, and the industry turned it around. Do you know that there are scientists, there were researchers, there were innovators who turned nitrogen tanks into medical oxygen tanks within 48 hours? Within 48 hours, they changed the tube, the meteorology, the pressure, they got the gauges right so that these nitrogen tanks could ferry medical oxygen. That saved thousands of lives. They retrofitted the Tejas turbojets, the oxygen generator of Tejas aircrafts. That's what was retrofitted, redesigned to create oxygen plants across 720 districts of our country. We now have 1,580 plus oxygen plants so that there's not going to be any shortage of medical oxygen in any district in our country. All of this is innovation, is science, it's been done by scientists, industry, and there has been partnership across the board. So there's a lot that's happening. We just need to be aware of it and a little more proud of it. And of course, get involved.
Thank you very much. It was very insightful. With permission of moderator, one question from guest school. Here we go.
Good morning, my name is Kautik, I'm from Pragyan. My question is, for us Indian students, CBSE students, it's harder to get into research and get internships. So how do you recommend that we get the same exposure the Western schools gets regarding writing research papers, conducting our own field work, and because CBSE is purely theoretical with a little practical application?
I can speak for EATER. We have a really, we have a very a good internship program. It's open for everyone in the world. But that's not true. It's open for our members, and India is a member. Yes. So go to EATER, ITER.org, internships, and you'll see that you can apply for them. And you can also write to me or Nitendra directly. Hopefully we can share our email addresses with you if you have any problems, if you're interested. And it is fusion, but there are so many different aspects. So if you're interested in communications, in project management, in finance, in engineering or science, there are opportunities there.
Can I just add here, students, we had last year's session with Dr. Nitendra and IYNS, how to write a research paper. Also, Dr. Anil Challa took session, he's from our own SNU, how to write research paper. All these are there available, I'll share with you, and please be with us, and we will help you for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, to add to it quickly, at IYNS we have started this thing that we are offering the connections for the internships, both national and international. And you can go to IYNS.in, you can go to the internship section, you have national internship, international internship, and you can choose the processes. And the first one we are starting with Shiv Nadar. We have already selected some of the students who will be visiting soon. They'll be coming to ITER to pursue their internships. So it's there, you just explore and we'll take it further. Thank you. No, not nuclear, it's for everyone. Even social engineering. Both, yes. Yes.
It's also international relationship which Ms. Shira will take. Yes. It's also art, it's also humanity, it's also design.
Including geology,
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Internships means, I don't understand this demarcation actually. That's why it doesn't come to me. For me, when I talk about research, it's open to everything. It's a history research is also a research. A history researcher is also a scientist. Because scientist doesn't mean because it has a science, so it belongs to the science. A scientist means that you are trying to find something new out of somewhere. Even I have a chef in front of me, he is doing a real innovation every now and then. So he is a scientist, doesn't mean he has studied a science or no. So internships, when we say it's open for all sort of subjects, anything or inter-subject, interdisciplinary, yes. So please feel free and explore for that. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Deepika.
Thank you very much, Nirali. Over to you. Just check the time and you can.
I think that's it. Again, thank you to all our panelists for such a lovely discussion. You have given us invaluable insight in all your respective fields. Can we have a huge round of applause for them?
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Can we request all the panelists to stay on stage, please?
Panelists, could we please request you to come back up on stage for a short felicitation?
Thank you so much, panelists, for such an interactive session, and thank you to Harsh and Nirali for moderating it so well. I would like to invite Colonel Gopal sir and Ms. Anju ma'am, and as well as Ms. Rajbir on stage to felicitate our panelists. We would also like to invite Matthew sir on stage to felicitate our panelists. Can we invite Matthew sir on stage to felicitate our panelists? Also Vinita ma'am, our team coordinator.
No, not Vinita ma'am. 4 people, 4. Thank you so much. So can we have you here, Vishaka ma'am, with students? Yeah, please. Thank you. by the time everyone is getting felicitated, can we have student volunteers and teacher volunteer right on stage with a lotus in hand so that we can have one pic, Archana, Rachna ma'am, Anamika ma'am, Arpita ma'am, Disha ma'am. Please be on stage with Arya and Satvik for one picture with all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Over to you, Arya.
I would like to request Ms. Rajvi to stay on stage, and thank you all the guests and panelists for being here today. It's such a great honor to have you in our school and speak to our students. The mic.
Ms. Rajbir ma'am, she has been associated with the Round Square for almost 2 decades as representative at Vivek High School, India, and more recently as the Round Square mentor and coordinator for the South Asia and Gulf region since 2013. We are honored to have you here, ma'am, and we would love to hear your thoughts on the panelist conversation that just took place.
So with your permission, before I give mic to ma'am, we have interacted almost 40 schools at global level through Round Square, and our energy, the right energy comes from Ms. Rajbir Sandhu, who is our boss and who keep letting us know that these are things happening. So we can say boss or boss friend, very friendly, and she always remind me, don't call me ma'am. So over to you, Rajbir.
Thank you, Vinita. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This entire event, I was reading, interestingly, has been inspired by the 6 ideals of Round Square. And today, after listening to all the panelists, one thing that came to my mind was something that is very close to Round Square ethos is the spirit of adventure. And we were talking about, you know, the industry is going into partnership with schools and what the students can do and the innumerable possibilities for their growth, you know, mutual growth. What you need is certain attributes and attitudes to help you along. And your school certainly is giving you lots of opportunities to grow in that direction. And the spirit of adventure, when we speak about it in Round Square, is not about climbing mountains or just going trekking or going for a camp. It's having the ability to take risks, as one of our panelists brought it out, and I was smiling. I said, yes, that's what it is. The ability to embrace fear, the ability to overcome your nervousness, and the ability to fail with grace. What is happening with our schools is we are teaching our children to succeed, to get good marks, to succeed in a debate, you know, get a prize, get a shield. We are not teaching them how to fail. And that is a very integral part of your education. And it's been brought out beautifully here. And another thing that came out of these discussions was you need self-awareness. You need to know where you want to be and who you are. You need to be comfortable with your own selves first. And then your confusions, you will embrace them. You will sort them out. You will figure them out. And whose job is this to give you opportunities, real life experiences within the schooling hours is the school's job. And being a Round Square school, Shiv Nadar is already doing a lot of work towards this, that they give you experiences which will lead to character development. Because for Round Square, ultimately the measure of success of a school is not a brilliant result, which is being advertised in the newspapers. The measure of a school's success is sending out a whole child, not a hollow human being with a brilliant report card, which is just going to take you 2 steps ahead, get you into a good college, and that's it. But coping with life, coping with challenges is what Round Square schools, provide opportunities to these students. So we send out kids with a stronger spine. And the motto of Round Square, Kurt Hahn, who was the founder of Round Square, the motto was, there is more in you than you think. And always challenge yourselves. Have that spirit of adventure to take on new challenges and risks and learn new things, and this world becomes your industry. This world becomes your playground, and you will be able to venture forth into the unknown beautifully, and you will decide what is the criteria of success for yourselves. The world will not decide that for you. And so with this, there are a lot of schools which are not Round Square schools here, and where children do feel the constraint of too much of academic focus and real life opportunities not happening. But this is something for the schools to do, and the responsibility of the schools is here, that what we heard from the panelists, please prepare the children for life ahead and the world around them, which is changing very rapidly. Just give them a strong spine, a strong character to deal with everything, and they'll be just fine. Thank you so much for inviting me here today, and it's been a great learning for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rajbi ma'am. And I think that culminates our first panel discussion. It was an incredibly interactive session, and I think we will all take back the gamification of industries that can help student inclusiveness, and as Ms. Sheera said, that how we can be exploring our career even into our late 20s, and that I think brings out the lifelong learner in us, and education for life, which is Shiv Nadar's motto. And as Mr. Anand said, that we can be facing challenges, and we need to master one thing. We need to find our passion, what makes us wake up at 5 a.m. to pursue it. So that concludes and culminates our panel discussion. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists.
We'll now take a short break before the next session that starts at exactly 11:20. We request our parents and panelists to head up to the 3rd floor library for their refreshments, and participating schools in the think tank presentation, if the volunteers can escort them to the 1st floor cafeteria. 11th and 12th grade are requested to exit from the back gate of the WCH in an orderly fashion. And thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you here again.
I'm very sorry, Arya, I told you 11:20, but it's already 11:05. Could you please all come back at 11:25 or 11:30 sharp? Thank you very much.
Good morning, students, teachers, and respected jury members. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the third edition of the EBC and the fourth event of the day, the Think Tank event. My name is Ashna Sinha, and I am excited to be your host for this event. The theme of this year's EBC was creative thinking and sustainability, and the Think Tank event is the perfect platform for showcasing the innovative ideas of our young and bright minds. The event is an out-of-the-box thinking competition, where students were encouraged to propose startup ideas based on the Sustainable Development Goals. This year, the EBC focuses on 4 specific goals. Goal number 5, gender equality. Goal number 9, innovation. Goal number 11, sustainable cities. And climate action, which is goal number 13. The participating teams had to form a startup centered around at least one of these goals and present their ideas to the jury of panelists, which includes Dr. Nitendra, Ms. Shira, Mr. Ganesh, Ms. Ankita, and Dr. Yannick, who will be joining us online. All the entries had to be original in nature, and I must say, the creativity and dedication of the students has been truly impressive. Today, we will witness the presentations of the shortlisted teams, and we will see them pitch their practical and innovative solutions to the current problems we face in our day-to-day lives. Let me tell you, the competition was fierce. The EBC aims to define the true purpose of education for life, and this event is a significant step towards achieving that goal. So sit back, relax, and get ready to be amazed by the young talents that are about to grace this stage with their inspiring ideas. Without further ado, let's begin the Think Tank event of the EBC 2023. I'd like to invite the first group, Moscow, made by Akshar, Meher, and Abhikal from SNS Gurgaon. Their synopsis is using moss with internally powered light to increase the oxygen percentage inside the home. Does it work on particulate matter?
Elon Musk says that we can nuke Mars to warm it up and make it habitable just like our Earth, but I strongly believe that it is impossible to replace our home planet. And to prevent leaving the Earth in search of other planets, improving air quality is essential. One of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, also known as the Global Goals adopted by the United Nations in 2015, is SDG Target 3.9.1, which calls for a substantial reduction in deaths and illnesses from air pollution. That is why I have devised an innovative and sustainable way to purify the air we breathe. This device has the ability to replace the traditional plastic body and electricity draining air purifiers using a unique kind of plant called moss. Moss is special because it has microscopic root-like structures called rhizoids that helps it grow in any container of any shape. According to a Forbes article, 1 meter square of moss has the ability to absorb carbon dioxide equivalent to 275 trees and taking just 1% of the area taken by the trees. This is the article. It is self-sustaining in areas close to nature but not in cities because of lack of suitable climate. Our device uses effective ways and technology to keep the moss healthy in a different climate. This device has an exponentially higher carbon dioxide absorption and oxygen release rate than an air purifier. It needs indirect sunlight or any kind of light, making it suitable for indoors. It works only on green electricity produced by the solar panels attached to it and a backup battery which uses 20 times less voltage than an air purifier, in total saving millions of watts of electricity per year. Not only this, the moss gives a natural and pleasant look to any room that it is installed in. These are some of the designs of our project. It is cost effective and has a fully automated watering system built using Arduino Uno. And the programs are written in the language C++. It needs some to no maintenance. To cut the costs, we source the moss from our homes, which we have grown in the past month. The surface of the device is made of acrylic sheets, which are transparent, affordable, and reliable. These devices can be connected to each other in a row or in a different shape to cover the walls of a room. Our device is by far the best, the most efficient and cost-effective way to grow moss in a city, because it is very hard for moss to function at its best in a city with pollution levels like Delhi. But we have overcome this problem, and its sleek design is pleasing to the eye. We are grade 12 students and our group's name is Moss Co. And we have started implementing our idea in our school as well. It would be a pleasure to talk more about our project in the next round. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akshaj. Mehur and Avikul are my teammates, and our group's name is Moss Co. So what is moss? Moss is actually an ancient plant which is non-flowering. It has microscopic root-like structures called rhizoids, which helps it grow anywhere and inside and indoors as well. So it's much better than trees because it has the ability to work better than 275 trees and taking just 1% of the area. And that is why we have chosen moss for our project.
Thank you for an inspiring panel discussion earlier. And there can be local solutions for global sustainable development goals, as we discussed earlier. And our project is accommodating to sustainable development goals 9, 11, and 13 using a seemingly simple component of nature called moss.
We have grown moss at our own place. I went to a place in Uttarakhand and I got a sample of moss, and after a little research I used buttermilk to make a mixture and I put it in a pot, and after that I've been growing it for the past 2 years and it has survived really well, and I can even show you the pictures after our presentation. It could grow at 45 degrees Celsius temperatures and even in cold conditions. So it is very resilient and it needs some maintenance, and to do that we have devised this device.
We have several news articles that support how moss is more friendly and more appropriate to use than trees, and we also feel that it's better because it can be used in a smaller space. For example, suppose having a moss wall in the WCH, you can't exactly have trees growing out of the walls here.
So yeah, as we saw in the video earlier, there were a few images of possible representations of a vertical moss wall. And those were made through crayon.com, which is basically an AI platform or a website where you can basically just input whatever you want to create, and it will, based on certain fields such as art, nature, or any kind of photographs, and it will just create it in less than 1 minute. So That was a website we used to basically visualize and represent our idea. So now moving on, what are sustainable development goals? So basically, it is a 2030 agenda for sustainable development, peace and prosperity formed by UN members in 2015. 17 goals in total were formed, and this was basically an urgent call for action for developing and developed countries.
So SDG 9 is innovation, and our project is innovative because we plan on making it fully self-watering. So we personally don't have to do anything to make the moss wall grow or function as it should be functioning. It does that itself. SDG 11 is sustainable cities, and a moss wall can be implemented in almost every building. It's cost effective and it looks very aesthetically pleasing. And of course, it helps with climate change.
So this is a potential design of our product. Again, we generated this idea using crayon.com. And Akshay, can you tell a little bit more about this?
Yes, so these are, this is the moss inside the wall, and this is an acrylic sheet which is very resilient to the temperature and other climate factors. Also, the Arduino Uno is attached to the sensors, and it has been programmed using C++, which is a programming language which guides it to do all the work. Also, our project is different than others because we have actually formulated a way to to make the moss thrive in a climate which is foreign to it, because pollution levels in Delhi does not help it thrive properly, and the carbon absorption levels decrease. That's why this project is much better or different than others which are in the market right now.
And we can also use Arduino Uno to basically install sensors which can basically track the surroundings inside this particular artificially generated environment for moss, so that we can keep track of certain parameters like temperature, effect of external environmental factors also, in case they need any attention or maintenance at any point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Team Moscow, the jury wants to ask certain questions.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have just a quick Q&A session. Okay. So, a great pitch, Team Moscow. So, you interestingly pointed out that the difference between the moss that you grow and the air purifier. So, as we know, the air purifier mainly works to remove the particulate matter out of the air. So how does your solution figure out in this parameter of removing the particulate matter out?
Okay. So air purifiers have certain disadvantages because they are made up of plastic, and they need to be replaced every 5 to 6 years or maximum 10 years. But moss, this device is you can just put it there, it will work forever. It is self-sustaining, and it has the ability to thrive forever without any maintenance or little or some maintenance.
Okay. I was just curious if it had any smell and if it impacts acoustics in a room. Okay. So if it has any other impact on how you experience a space.
So moss is a natural plant, and just like other plants, it gives a very natural and pleasant smell and very natural look to any surrounding it is in. And the moss does not have any microbes or anything like that, but by chance if they grow inside the product, then this self-sustaining system has the ability to check the water levels, the temperature levels, if the moss is functioning well or not, and then it can provide all the details, whether moss has to be changed or if the insecticides have to be put in. So it's just that.
And just to add to that, unlike algae or some other substances, moss is totally not hazardous to health and does not have any major implications for whoever is using it.
And moss is just a small microscopic plant, and it's grainy at the grainous at the microscopic level, but at a macroscopic level it's continuous. So you can this is the macroscopic level, but at the microscopic level it's individual plants. They are individual plants.
Also, ma'am, for the smell, we're hoping if it's very big scale, the acrylic sheets can possibly cover up any foul smells.
I have few design questions. So firstly, I have seen many moss walls in big hotels and industries there. Mostly architectures use them quite wisely. And these days, these moss walls are becoming very popular in households as well. If you go online, you'll find many vendors who are selling it at a reasonable price for smaller sizes. And going to the basics, one of the sustainable life they have, long life, is mainly if it is large enough. If it is small, they usually die. But if it is in group like this, they survive long. Couple of design questions. Why acrylic? Have you explored few other materials?
Not yet, because we didn't get the details. We just got the details 2 days ago, so we had to plan something. So
Okay.
the acrylic was the best idea because it is one of the plastics, and it is very good for the. I mean, it can thrive for a very long time. It does not decompose very easily.
Static charge.
Yeah. Have you thought of wood or metal? Or if you consider them, do you know the challenges?
Yes, if we use wood, that would decompose very fast, and it might have, because of the water, it might get decomposed really fast and become. There might be some problems with that. But if we use metals, then there is some chance that there is some reactivity between the acids produced by the moss and this metal.
And last questions. You know, moss usually don't require a lot of watering and
water.
Yeah, it doesn't require a lot of watering cycle. So what sort of inputs you are actually measuring with these sensors?
Okay. We are measuring the oxygen levels released, the carbon dioxide levels absorbed, and actually I've actually grown moss at my own place, and I've been growing it for the past 2 years, and it's actually kind of difficult to grow it because in 45 degrees outside, the moss dries out. And to prevent that, this self-watering system is there, so that it is simple to water it. It reduces the effort, and also the watering, the water quantity is reduced because of removing the human error.
Yeah. Okay, the last question. How you are channelizing the water channel to those watering systems?
Okay. So these modules can connect to each other, and we are thinking about planning a continuous watering system in a row. So there would be just one Arduino Uno, which is a small CPU computer, and that will direct the whole line to water it, and at a specific time interval, so that the moss grows properly.
That also makes it a really cost-effective solution, since we can power so many moss walls with a single Arduino module.
What's the base for the moss to grow on?
Okay. The moss, as I said, the moss has rhizoids, which are microscopic root-like structures. It can grow on a very thin level of soil. So we can just put some a thin layer of soil, and on that a vertical soil, and then we can grow it on that. there are actually ways we can glue the soil and on top and the moss and the we can make a mixture. We can make a mixture of buttermilk and moss, and we can just put it on the back of the module, and it starts to grow. That's the way. And without using soil, it's also possible to grow it without using soil. Just by making a mixture of the moss and the buttermilk and churning it up and painting it on the back of the wall. So it will grow on its own. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a really fascinating startup idea. Thank you, team. Now let's welcome Team Recharge from SNS Noida. Their presentation introduces us to solar portable chargers.
Good morning, respected juries, teachers, and everyone present here for this event. We, Team Recharge, have created a product to solve a common problem.
I, Sara Garg from Grade 8 Sariska, and Avantika Sehgal from Grade 9 Corbett are Team Recharge. Our problem statement focuses on the fact that the earth is full of renewable energy, but for our everyday chores, we choose to use non-renewable energy. Due to this reason, our earth is facing climate change, and in a few years, our earth will change completely, including having warmer atmosphere, acidic ocean water, and rising sea levels. We aim to tackle this problem in an eco-friendly manner. Next slide.
The school's Connected Learning program mandates us to use iPads in classrooms for research work. On day-to-day basis, we always struggle with forgetting chargers or power banks at home.
And remembering to charge the power banks every time was a big trouble. There have often been times when it was very frustrating when the iPad's charging was low. We wondered if there would be a simpler, portable, and better means to charge our gadget.
That's where we got our idea for Recharge. Throughout the process, we faced a few problems, like figuring out if the product was already in the market, or we didn't have enough guidance to understand how feasible it was to convert our idea into a real-time product. We have devised a product. Next slide. We have devised a product which enables us to charge our gadgets without using an electric port. Recharge enables us to charge our gadgets without using an electric connection. It is not yet any other base solar cell, but the material silicon-based solar cell, but the material proposed is perovskite. Perovskite is a semiconductor which is used to transport the electric charge whenever the light hits material. Even silicon is a good and commonly used material for solar cells because it's cheap and is the second most abundant element. Perovskite have a great tolerance of defects in its structure. They have a unique structure that makes them highly effective at converting photons of light from the sun into electricity. They are much better at absorbing sunlight compared to silicon. Also, silicon has to be burned at higher temperatures to use, whereas perovskite is more eco-friendly.
This is a diagram of our process of how our solar cell will work. When the light radiations strike upon the solar cell, it will absorb all the photons of light, and then the electrons from the tightly packed atoms will knock out loose and convert to ions, which will then settle down, convert to electricity, enter your device, causing it to charge. Our device is a small and portable device that has a Type-C connector which can be connected to your device, causing it to charge. It is connected to an Arduino board and further to a solar panel. When the electricity will strike the panel, it will convert the electricity and it will convert the light to electricity and charge your device. To create our product, we have used a perovskite solar cell. A perovskite cell is made through a process called solution processing, which is the same process used when printing newspapers. They increase the efficiency and lower the cost of solar panels. Silicon is easily available and at low cost, and hence is still used in a few solar panels.
Initially, we had thought of a product with a solar panel connected to the Arduino board using a wire, but with further research on our topic, we created a better and easier to carry product in which the solar panel is directly connected to the board. This is our brainstorming ideas. Our first brainstorm idea was a photovoltaic mobile cover, in which the cover is made of photovoltaic cells, which will convert the solar power directly into electricity and charge your device. This would provide a larger surface area, causing the device to charge faster. The second one is a 3D cube, which has a solar panel on all sides and a Type-C connect on a side, which will insert into your phone, causing it to charge. This will provide a larger surface area, as it will have the solar panel in 5 sides, and due to that, charge your device quicker. The third idea was a photovoltaic patch, which will be a small-sized, portable and easy to carry chip, which will stick to your device and charge it. It is the most convenient to use, as all you have to do is stick it to your device and just let it be there. We had these ideas but were facing trouble in executing them.
For our project, we have touched upon these 3 main SDG goals. The first one being goal 9, which is about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. We are inventing a new product which is indeed healthy for environment. The second goal is goal 13, which is about climate change. Our project focuses on using solar energy, which plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gases and reducing climate change, and also helps improve air quality. And the third goal is goal 11, which is about sustainable cities and communities. Using renewable energy plays a part in keeping the environment sustainable. Our project focuses on solar energy, which will help keep our cities sustainable.
Ray charge will have the following impacts. A single phone uses 2 to 6 watts of electricity in a day. Electricity used by a phone in a year in India is 2 kilowatt. Ray charge could save 2 kilowatt of electricity per phone per year if the phone charging is switched to ray charge. Ray charge even reduces carbon footprints, as it is using renewable energy, which is solar energy, and is also significantly reducing plastic waste, as the design is compact. It doesn't require to have the phone charger, which are made out of plastic. Above all, it is benefiting the environment and is a sustainable solution.
Our product has multiple benefits. To state a few, we have a small and portable device that can be carried anywhere and easily. Using this product, it reduces the use of non-renewable resources like electricity, which helps reducing carbon emissions and saves the money spent on electricity bills. It works as a replacement for electric ports. This product acknowledges a few of the SDG goals that are designed. And lastly, it also helps charge your phone during long trips with no charging points in between. Our target audience is everyone and anyone who uses portable electronic devices using phones, laptops, tabs, etc.
These are the resources that we used. Kindly help us to make this a reality. Now ditch electricity and switch to solar energy. Thank you.
So, good presentation, Team Recharge. I had a query for you. So you go for perovskite based silicon cells. Do you know what other types we use in the photovoltaic cells as photovoltaic cells?
Yes, so the material that we have used is a perovskite, which is also semiconductor, but the most commonly used material is actually silicon, due to the reason because it is very cheap and it is very easily available.
So you know polycrystalline and monocrystalline photovoltaic cells. Do you know about them? Polycrystalline and monocrystalline photovoltaic cells.
We know a little bit about them, but not in detail.
So I'm just curious to know, why did you go for perovskites instead of monocrystalline and polycrystalline?
So we used perovskite because firstly it's more eco-friendly than others, because silicon, it has to be burnt, which makes a lot of pollution. So perovskite does not need to go through that process, so it's healthy for environment.
And they're much better at absorbing sunlight than silicon.
Okay, thank you team. And my second query will be that since you have thought about this really well, this will be going outside, right? This will be used outside when we are traveling, when we are going out. So have you thought about the impact of the environment? Say suppose a rain comes in or dusty environment. Have you thought about the design of your device in that sense? Have you given any thought to it?
So we thought about, we have a lot of brainstorming ideas, but due to the time constraint, we were not able to really research a lot about them. But it's a good idea. We can actually use it.
Yeah, thank you for the advice.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll hand it over to the next person.
Thank you so much. I love this idea because it addresses something I hate, which is when you buy a new phone, you need to buy a new charger, right? They make the size different and it forces you to buy a new charger. I mean, I think you won't need that with this, but I'm not sure. Also, if you travel a lot, it's really annoying because you need to have a different adapter for every country you go to. So this is just using sunlight. But I was really curious, maybe that's what you were just talking about, but when the sun's not shining, or let's say your phone is in your purse, how will it still charge?
So we had also found this another material which does not only absorb the photons of sunlight, but also the normal artificial tube light that you see around here. It's not very effective because it will take longer to charge, but yes, it is also, we can charge it through the from the artificial light that are around.
Yeah.
It's a good initiative from your end, but my query is that you said that you have a C-type connector, right? So I just want to know that what about others, like other phones or other laptops, how you will use this for others?
So we had a few other brainstorm ideas, which like a chip that can be connected to any other device, and that can charge it.
So like we had this another idea, like Avantika said, a little solar chip which can be connected at the back of your phone, which does not need a connector to go into your device port. So it will wirelessly charge it.
Okay, so wirelessly it will be charged, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, it's a nice pitch. I like your brainstorming ideas which you have put in coming up with such a design. A quick question, what is the cost you have estimated for this if you want to sell it in the market?
Okay, so we had decided like a cost below 100. So that was like what we've decided.
Okay, nice. Second question, have you thought of reprocessing difficulties, challenges you will need to, I mean, what is the life of your cell, for example, then after how much time you need to recycle it, that sort of impact, back-end cycle?
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years?
Yeah.
And what will be the decomposing process, or you also want to burn it like a silicon, or do you have?
No, so the lifespan is of the connector and the board. The solar panels, they don't really have a lifespan. They can go on until it actually damages. So if you throw it away, even if you can remove the solar panel and then it can be used again.
This is not quite the truth, but you need to
We can research
cycle
more
as well.
about it.
Yeah, sure.
We'll
Thank you.
take it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very innovative. Next up, let's invite on stage Team Desi AC, who surrendered their idea on the noble cause of cooling systems for rural India using clay pots. This initiative was taken up by Ridan and Tej from SNS Noida.
This works. Hello?
Okay, so before we begin, let me tell you a little story. It was a hot summer day and I was in my house. I found myself drenched in sweat despite being indoors with the fan on full blast. And I gazed at my air conditioner and I thought to myself, why is it so hot in here? I mean, I couldn't dare touch the AC remote because I knew that if I did, I would immediately be hit by my father's slipper, which would be traveling at the speed of 40 miles per hour, which would most likely give me a severe concussion or worse. So that was when I thought to myself, what if there was something that didn't require as much electricity as an air conditioner and yet still did the exact same work?
Wait. Hello? Yeah. Let's face it. India is a country that experiences some of the hottest summers on our planet. And as much as we love the heat, we all need a break from it time to time. However, traditional air conditioning units are not only expensive, but also bad for the environment. Their pricing and affordability can be a major issue for people in rural areas, and the maintenance can be even worse in urban areas.
As it turns out, India has been experiencing a steady increase in temperatures over the past years, and it's no laughing matter. The sweltering heat has become a source of constant discomfort for millions of people out there, including myself. But as they say, necessity is the mother of invention, and the scorching heat was something that gave rise to some truly innovative solutions, which is why we developed Desi AC, a unique, cost-effective cooling system that uses a fraction of the energy of a regular 5-star 2-ton AC while also delivering somewhat significant performance.
So these are just some facts for the AC. You can read them if you want. India has risen about 0.7 degrees in the last century in temperature. Extreme heat waves have become more frequent in recent years. So let's just skip to the practical model now.
Okay, you can skip this video. It doesn't matter, right? Slide 5 has the model too. So. Go back to
Now let's get into the scientific theory behind the Desi AC. The science behind the Desi AC is based on the principle of evaporative cooling, which is a natural process that occurs when water evaporates, resulting in a decrease of temperature. The hexagonal shaped clay pots used in Desi AC's cooling system are designed to enhance this process, providing an efficient and eco-friendly way to cool the surrounding air.
Now if you could go back to the previous slide. As you might have guessed, the hexagonal shape of the pot is inspired by the honeycomb structure, which is known for excellent thermal properties. The hexagonal shape allows for an increased surface area, which enhances the evaporation process, leading to faster and more effective cooling. These clay pots are made from locally sourced and sustainable materials, making them environmentally friendly and also providing and very cost effective. Now, the working principle behind Desi AC's cooling system is simple yet effective. The clay pots are soaked in water, and the system is designed in such a way that the water slowly seeps through the porous clay walls, creating a thin film of water on the outer surface. When hot air passes through these hexagonal pots, it evaporates the water on the surface, resulting to a drop in temperature. The cooled air is then circulated into living spaces, providing a comfortable and refreshing environment.
Desi AC's cooling system is not only environmentally friendly, but also economically feasible. The use of locally sourced and sustainable materials for the clay pots keeps the production costs low, making the system affordable for rural households. The system requires minimum electricity, only for the pump that circulates the water, reducing energy costs and making it accessible to areas with limited access to electricity.
Furthermore, Desi AC's cooling system creates employment opportunities for unemployed women in rural areas. The production of clay pots, assembling of the cooling system, and the maintenance of such pots require manual labor, which would provide a source of income for the women and the unemployed people who may have limited job opportunities in such regions. This not only empowers women, but also strengthens the local community by generating income and reducing unemployment.
Now, this is what most people think when they hear the word air conditioning. For people in rural areas, it's a luxury that they can't afford. The high cost of air conditioning units, coupled with the electricity bills, makes it a burden on their finances.
And this is what the Desi AC looks like. Its simple yet effective design is something that harnesses the power of nature to provide cool air without breaking the bank. Our system is based on a centuries-old cooling technique that uses earthen pots. We employ ceramics to create these pots, which are then used to cool the air as it passes through them.
The market potential for Desi AC's cooling system is highly significant. Considering the high prevalence of heat waves in rural areas of India, the need for affordable and eco-friendly cooling solutions is dire. And Desi AC's cooling system fills this gap with its nature-inspired and sustainable approach.
There's a growing demand for products that are socially responsible and environmentally friendly. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that align with the values of sustainability, community empowerment, and affordability. The Desi AC's cooling system ticks all these boxes, making it a compelling offer for the target market.
Moreover, Desi AC's cooling system has the potential for scalability and expansion beyond rural areas in India. Heat waves are a global issue, and many regions around the world face similar challenges.
The application of Desi AC's natural-inspired cooling system can be extended to other countries and regions with the same climatic conditions, opening up opportunities for international markets. The Desi AC's marketing strategy focuses on creating awareness about the benefits of nature-inspired clay pot cooling system and tapping into the growing demand for sustainable and socially responsible products. The following key marketing strategies will be employed.
The first one being education and awareness campaign, where Desi AC will conduct educational and awareness campaign in rural areas, highlighting the advantages of its cooling system in terms of affordability, environmental sustainability, and job creation for women. This will be done through community engagement programs, planned events, and online workshops to educate potential customers about the science and benefits of the cooling system.
And the second one being digital marketing and social media, where Desi AC will leverage digital marketing and social media platforms to reach a wider audience and create buzz about its cooling system. This will include creating a website, utilizing lots of social media platforms and channels, and running targeted online campaigns and advertisements to raise awareness and generate interest among potential customers.
And here's the best part. We're not only just providing a product, we're providing a solution that creates jobs for ceramists and contributes to the environment.
So in conclusion, Desi AC is not just a cooling system. It's a movement towards a sustainable and affordable future. Thank you for your time, and we welcome any questions.
So, thank you, Team Desi AC, for the presentation. So, I just wanted to know if you can distinguish between what your system does and what an AC system does, a traditional AC system.
Right. So to explain, I've already given you the theory behind how our system works, which is the process of evaporative cooling. Now the question obviously comes up, which is how it compares to a real AC as a whole. And I think it's safe to say that while an electronically operated air conditioner would be able to cool larger places faster, it has its own downsides because it's very energy depleting and it's also not affordable for a lot of people, right? So while Desi AC may not be able to cool a large area as quickly or as effectively as an AC, it still has the ability to work fairly well and still can cool a room to quite a great extent. In exchange for this minor downside, you also get the advantage of having something more affordable and sustainable and eco-friendly, which I think is a pretty big gain.
And just wanted to know if we are in the correct path if to compare Desi AC with an air conditioner or an air cooler. The traditional air coolers that we get is the correct comparison, or the air conditioning unit?
Well, I feel like the process, I think you're right, because an air cooler would definitely be a better comparison. The results are quite similar because an air conditioner has quite different results because it has different mechanics. Therefore, we might not be able to completely compare these two things because they're complete opposites. The Desi AC being something so bare and minimalistic and easy, while the normal air conditioner being so hard to comprehend really. So I guess we would compare it more to air coolers.
Okay, so have you done any cost comparison of your Desi AC with an air cooler?
Any cost comparison?
Cost comparison of your system, Desi AC,
right, yeah,
with
sure.
an air cooler instead of an
I'd like to
air
mention the cost too. So the exact cost of our Desi AC pots, they may vary depending on different factors such as, I guess, the location or the availability of such raw materials, the production scale. But if I had to put it down for you, typically the cost of one pot is relatively low, which ranges down to approximately 50 to 80 rupees. And based on this, if we were to ever give a cluster of such a system, we would be, based on the size of the system, we would be multiplying the amount per pot times the size and how many are there required in order to give it.
And what about the fan and the motor that is required to drive it? What about the cost of that?
So, okay, essentially there's no fan or motor required for it. The system only needs electricity to power one pump which cycles water up to the earthen pots. And when the air passes through these pots, it gets naturally cooled, which provides a comfortable and refreshing breeze. And this type of system, you're only going to require one pump. The cost of that, I think Tej would know. However, this one pump works for the whole cooling system. It's not for per individual pot. So that depends on how large the system is and how many systems there are. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
What happens if your system becomes popular? What happens to fresh water sources
in the country if a lot of people start using this?
Well, I'd like to ask you same question again. If people keep drinking Bisleri bottles, what happens to fresh water? Let's just think of it like this. I don't think there's any problem to fresh water sources as a whole just because our system is using it. I don't think there's going to be any depletion of water. And as far as I know, any form of water might be able to be used, perhaps.
Would you be able to use soil water to pump this?
Not
Or
exactly
to use-
soil water, but we might not require completely purified water for it because it's essentially just a cooling system. So concentration to some amount might still be usable.
Say a hut, if it's cooling a hut which is 10 feet by 10 feet,
Yeah.
how much water do you think fresh water will this hut consume in a day?
I'm not really sure about that. I'd
It
have to look
really
into
depends on the size of the Desi AC you will be making and how many clay pots are in that design.
The design of the cell that you showed us,
Yeah.
what's the size approximately of each cell?
Well, how could I put it this, Radhan? Can you answer that?
I'm not really sure about the size of it as a whole. It depends on where we send it to. So if you give the example of the 10 by 5 foot hut, we would be able to create a system that fits the exact same space.
Sorry, 10 by 5 foot hut.
Yeah. We would be able to make a system by putting all the pots together that would fit the exact same space, which is why it works, because it can cater to a lot of different areas.
You'd shown a honeycomb design.
Yeah.
What's the approximate size of that cell?
Approximately 7 by 8 feet.
Each cell. Each cell.
So each cell is particularly long, depending on that. So their length might be a lot. However, based on the diameter of each cell, based on each side, that would be approximately 12 to 15 inches.
12 to 15 inches for one cell. And
Yes.
they'll be...
That also depends on the size of the cell. We might alter that too, depending on what place it's going to.
And have you seen clay being formed in that shape?
Yes,
Can
it's
clay be-
possible actually. Hexagonal clay structures have been formed before, and it's actually quite easy to make them. If you're a skilled potter, it's very easy to make a hexagonal clay shaped structure. I looked that up.
And you said the clay shaped structure increases the surface area, but you
Yes.
pack them together. So the eventual surface area is the surface area on the outside.
Well, yes, that's true. But I guess the individual surface area and towards the end would also come in a hexagonal shape. So it does make quite a bit of a difference in comparison to if I were to talk about a cylindrical shape.
And what causes air to blow through it?
Well, air is constantly moving around us, right? So it doesn't really matter. And also the earthen pots also soak water. So when they come in contact with the air, they will cool it. It doesn't matter if it's really flowing or not.
What makes you think the air will be blowing from the outside to the inside of the room and not the other way around?
Again, the air flowing does not matter. Even if the air particles just touch the earthen pots that are soaked with water, it will cool the air.
So you can just keep it inside the room and not have to have it on the window or something?
No, you need it on the window for the outside air to move in, and it would really just be space sufficient to keep it on the window anyway. So,
Why would outside air move into a room?
I mean, it doesn't really matter for it to move into the room again.
Thank you.
Yes. First of all, I love the name Desi. It's very nice. My question is that how your Desi AC will help because you know there are places where the humidity is very high, like Mumbai. It's very humid. So will this help there? What is the concept behind that?
Would you like to answer that question, Rida? Can you repeat the question, please?
In a places where the humidity is very high, okay, in humid places like Mumbai, so will this Desi AC work there?
So I'm not quite sure for that. We will have to conduct research. You could give me your email. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
I feel like that is true to some extent because of the moisture content in the air. It would be difficult for it to work. I think now that I considered it, because in humid areas, the air is already saturated with moisture and it would be quite difficult for the Desi AC to work in such a condition. That is a limitation that has come across. Thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to compliment you on how you showed your idea, and I love that you started with an anecdote. I also think it could be nice to hold something in your hand that's visible so that because this is such a tangible product, you can actually, if you had some clay to show us so we can start visualizing it, that would be a nice way to pitch in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually working on that, but since because of the time constraint, it wasn't really possible. So thank you.
Cool. I think you had good questions before, but your answers are lacking big basics. In one of your slides, you mentioned one pipe following the Bernoulli equation. Precisely that was the question, why air will flow from a parallel pipe. This is precisely the reason. You can research that, you can do it later, but understand, you have already studied it. It flows when there is a pressure difference. So how you will create that pressure difference? Maybe reduce the surface area on one side and you may get it. This is one. Secondly, have you thought that you were mentioning that depending on size, we can have a cost, we can have a different flow pattern, different cooling ability, but there should be a minimum number of channels which need to be there to become it as the AC. Otherwise, it will just be a pipe. And what will be your estimate? Do we need only one pipe to make that AC? We need 25 pipes or a 50? What should be the minimum number? Because the cooling is a surface area phenomena. It's not a linear pipe phenomena. Understand that. So when you are putting as an AC, how much surface area it's covering from either side to one. And when you are talking about the evaporative cooling, you need to consider this big factor because evaporative cooling is surface area dependent phenomena. Very clear. One point which was already mentioned, hexagonal you are thinking. So again, it's a surface phenomena. If you want to increase the surface area, the cooling will be more. If you are putting hexagon, you are going to the close packing patterns, reducing the surface area. So you are contradicting your own design. Well, if you go for cylindrical slicing perspective, you are increasing the surface area because of these triangular gaps which will be in between, which will maybe helping you in flow of water or only passing the air, which will also increase the equivalent or potential surface area for that. But I think these basics you need to focus on before you go for your pitch, because you seem little inconfident in your own design. Your pitch is good, your idea, your marketing strategy, everything is fine, but this is a questionable thing. Last point, you have still not finalized your length of the tube, which is the major factor in airflow patterns. You have answered that you don't need any air circulator to let the air flow. Air is flowing on your own. But that again depends on pressure difference, which depend on length. You really need to optimize before you go for the other aspects. So my comment will be, you need to really optimize your design first based on the really basic equation you have presented. So rest everything is okay. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next team on stage is Swinzal, Rishika, Gaura and Navya from SNS Faridabad on waste collection and segregation.
Greetings of the day, dear eminent judges. A representative from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, I, Swinzal, is here to lead the way towards sustainable development. Oh, I'm having goosebumps. Not because of the stage fright, but rather it's the massive waste and garbage dumps on the site, posing threat to environment and to human right. I suppose it's high time to smash and turn the trash into cash. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now let's move on to the table of contents. It consists of the problem statement, the interview, our solution swatch bins, market research, costing and marketing. Next slide. Now let's move on to the problem statement. Next slide. So before that, let's watch an impactful but an eye-opening video on the global waste crisis.
Each year, nations generate 1.3 billion tons of waste. Yet, more than half the world's population does not have access to regular trash collection. The United States, China, Brazil, Japan, and Germany are the leading trash generators, and the United Nations Environment Program predicts the amount of waste will probably double in lower-income African and Asian cities as a result of population growth, urbanization, and rising consumption. The global trash problem creates numerous threats to the environment, health, and safety. Improper garbage disposal contributes to devastating epidemics of mosquito-borne malaria, yellow fever, and other potentially fatal diseases.
As the decomposing waste generates highly combustible methane gas, deadly in its toxicity.
At the neighborhood level, we are burning the waste, and whatever collection that is taking place, because you do not have any strategy for segregation, recycling, reuse in the city.
Next slide. Yeah, can you just click it once more? Now, the problem statement consists of poor waste management, inefficient disposal, and health problems. Open and unsanitary landfills contribute to contamination of drinking water and can cause infection and transmit diseases like respiratory diseases. Rapid increase in the generation of waste harms ecosystem and puts a strain on health of urban dwellers and the environment. Over to Navya.
The United Nations has outlined a set of sustainable development goals, and waste management is an important part of the agenda. Sustainable Development Goal 12, that is responsible consumption and production, includes targets focused on environmentally sound management and all waste through prevention, reduction, and reuse. Sustainable Development Goal 11, that is sustainable cities and communication, ensures sustainable waste services, and the list goes on.
Next slide.
Can you click once? So here is the annual regional waste generation. As you can see, the East Asia and Pacific generates the most waste, which is 468 million ton of waste, while Middle East and North Africa generates the least, which is 129 million ton of waste. 42 million ton of waste is generated annually in urban India, which is increasing rapidly, while 5,350 tons of waste is generated per day in Haryana. The interview questionnaire. Next slide. So we conducted a Google form survey where we got 235 responses, in which we asked questions like, do you and your family members segregate waste in your home? Majority of people said no. While another question which we asked was, are you aware the waste management is one of the SDGs and is an important global issue? Majority of people said yes. Next slide. Over to Swinzel.
Now let's move on to the solution, the Swatch bins. The categories that Swatch bin offers are wet waste, mixed waste, useful dry waste, non-useful dry waste. The examples are listed on the slide. Next slide, please. So this is our 3D model we created on Blender. It has 4 categories as shown here. And it has the sliding mechanism. We'll also show you an animation video of its working. Can we move on to the next slide? Yeah, so this is the working.
Swatch bin. Presence. Automatic smart waste sorter machine. Segregate 4 different types of waste: useful dry waste, non-useful dry waste, wet waste, mixed waste. Moisture and water sensor, hygrometer detection module to detect wet waste. Electric linear actuator to move the collection tray in a vertically straight line. Tip down slider mechanism to slide and tilt the tray. Ultrasonic sensors to track fill levels for timely removal of bins. Detachable PLA bins, easy to handle, easy to clean, washable -100% biosourced plastic, replaceable in case of damage, open CV camera to detect useful dry waste, non-useful dry waste and mixed waste.
OpenCV is a huge open source library for computer vision, machine learning and image processing. OpenCV supports a wide variety of programming languages like Python, C++, Java, etc. It can process images and videos to identify objects, faces, or even the handwriting of a human.
Thank you. Swatch bins. Think clean, just bin it. Swatch bin.
Next slide, please. So this is the
Moisture
testing of
sensor
sensors we did for
First,
the moisture
we grabbed
sensor
a
and
moisture
ultrasonic
tissue
sensor.
and placed it on the moisture sensor. The green light indicates that the waste is moist. We repeated the process with the wet tea bag and the green light illuminated once again, indicating that it is a wet waste. To be sure, we placed a piece of dry cardboard into the sensor. This time the green light did not blink, confirming that the waste is dry. We also tested the sensor with moist food such as a slice of an orange. The green light remained on, demonstrating that the waste was wet. This shows that a moisture sensor was fully operational. Ultrasonic sensor testing. We built an open box out of Lego and linked our ultrasonic sensor to a laptop. The sensor was around 8 to 10 cm above the box's base. As we started to load the box with cardboard, the values started to decrease. As soon as the gap reaches 3 to 4 cm, we will begin to empty the container. Now, as you can see that the gap left is about 3 to 2 cm. So we will now start to empty the box, and you will note that the values are started to increase again as we do so. This demonstrates that the ultrasonic sensor is also fully operational.
Next slide. Now this is the testing of an OpenCV mechanism.
OpenCV mechanism testing. We trained the machine and set up the OpenCV camera with the help of our teachers. We started with the cardboard and then moved on to a medium-sized paper cup.
Following that, we placed a plastic bottle under the OpenCV camera. We tested it again using a pair of plastic gloves. This shows that our OpenCV mechanism was fully operational.
Next slide. Yeah, so after the waste has been segregated using sensors and the mechanism, the OpenCV mechanism, we will contact the NGOs mentioned here, like the Blue Planet, and also we also interviewed a lady from EcoSavera, and we talked to her. For the non-useful dry waste, we researched a lot. It was really hard to find what to do with it, something useful. So we came up with the energy recovery process in which the segregated non-useful dry waste goes into the furnace at high temperatures, and then that the energy released will pass through the steam to power a turbine which generates electricity. Now that will go to the national energy grid, and the waste product, which is the ash from this process, that can be used in the construction industry. Next slide, please. Now the components used as shown, so we can just skip the slide. Now onto the OpenCV mechanism, the programming. I'll just explain it briefly. So we use two libraries, which is the CV2 and CV Zone. We imported them, and then we used the Karius model, which is used in machine learning and to train our model. It's a free open source Python library as mentioned here. And yeah, so you can look at the programming once. Next slide, please. Now on to market research, over to Navya.
So our main target audience is marts and malls. Next slide. The currently dustbins available in the market are iTouchless, Acro Mirage X, and solar powered dustbins. Next slide. So the main differentiators of the market products and such bin is the technology used, the waste segregation bins, treatment of waste, portability, and cost. Swatch bin just costs 11,000, while usually products available in the market cost 18,000 and above. Next slide. The impact on society and environment. Swatch bin is a step in the right direction towards achieving SDG goals we mentioned earlier. This innovation is a testament to the power of technology in addressing environmental issues. It's a prime example of how we can use technology for good to create a sustainable future for ourselves and the upcoming generations. Next slide. Costing, over to Swinzel.
Now I'll just briefly go through it. So the components are mentioned along with the cost. The total cost of just the components is 5,875 per bin. And then along with the variable costs, including the labor, electricity, marketing, and miscellaneous, and the fixed cost, the total cost price is 8,885. You can just look at it. And next slide. Yeah, so the selling price with a profit of 40%, around 40%, that's 11,320. We also calculated the return on investment, which is 37.30%. Then for finance, we will go for a loan. We will also invest as partners, and then investors. We'll also look for investors. On to the marketing. Over to Navya.
So we want to unfold our marketing in 3 phases. The first phase will be demonstrations in public, which is markets and supermarkets. Then special introductory offers. In the second phase, we'll promote ourselves on social media and connect and collaborate with Google My Business. In the third phase, we'll have a government launch and event hosting with the influencers. Next slide. The marketing. Here is an example of how we can promote ourselves on social media. Next slide. Over to Swinzel.
Now, way forward, I know that our product won't be like 100% accurate, but we can take small steps. So, way forward into our product, we look at deep learning, which is a type of machine learning based on artificial neural networks. And so this is a classification model of recyclable waste images. So already the data sets are created with over 1 lakh images, and classes are also defined. So we can use it to segregate useful dry waste and non-useful dry waste. Yes. Over to Navya for conclusion.
We'd just like to finish with the words of a famous author, Robert Swan. The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Swatch bin is not just a convenience for us, it's a necessity for our planet. With the ever-growing population and the amount of waste that we generate every single day, it's essential that we find innovative ways to manage it. With Swatch bin, we aim to revolutionize the way we manage our waste. Our goal is not just to create a cleaner and a more sustainable future, but also to stop child labor for good, which is caused by waste management. No child should be left behind, and no waste should be left around. I urge you all to join hands in making this initiative a success. Thank you.
Hello. 2 seconds. Can I just ask everyone to maintain decorum and respect the people who are talking? Thank you. Jury questions.
So, Team Swatch Bins, if I may address you as Team Swatch Bins. So, a great pitch. Obviously, you have gone into such great depths that I think that I can ask questions of that depth. So, so the first question is with respect to the OpenCV model that you're using. So, I noticed that you are testing it in, proper lighting conditions. And your target for putting this Swatch bins is in malls and in public places where lighting conditions might not be, ensured. Also, people may just throw it in, and in those areas, have you tested your model in less ideal lighting conditions?
Right now, we didn't get a chance because obviously of this time constraint, but we'll surely look into that. We'll test our model. Actually, we are planning to enhance it further and then test it in public spaces.
Okay, my next question would be to, the nature of garbage that we generate is not binary, it's a gray area, right? So sometimes we'll just put wet waste onto a dry cardboard paper and then just throw it inside the garbage bin. So as I see your hygrometer senses the surface condition of the waste and then judges whether it is dry or wet or how to classify it. Have you thought about this problem?
Yeah, actually we did. We were kind of looking solutions that, because generally you're right that people will put in wet waste upon dry waste or vice versa, and that will be a problem, but we are researching, we are looking into it, how to come up with a solution on that. So yeah, we'll surely research on that. Thank you for that.
Also, I just wanted to ask what you think about the applications of this product. See, I think this goes beyond what you have envisaged right now. Have you thought about segregating waste, not in just a bin, but in a place where the waste is dumped without any segregation? Maybe use an automatic segregation kind of a mechanism. Have you thought about it, or the challenges involved in scaling it up, your product to that level?
Not as of now. If you want to answer.
So we're not claiming that this will 100% solve the problem, but what we want to do is take baby steps and try to solve the issue on our scale, and then of course getting collaboration with government and all, we would plan to enhance it further. Thank you so much for the suggestions though.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So adding to what was just asked by Dr. Ganesh, right? Yeah. So I also wanted to ask about mixed waste. So let's say if you have a bottle with water in it, versus a bottle without water. So does your system, you've thought about these kind of things, or like your helper at home is putting like mixed waste into a a polythene and just dump it. So I think this is something that would be more important to segregate, as opposed to, because I see that these switch bins kind of things are installed at some places in Delhi also, where but I think going a step ahead, and so there's your open CV models. Have you tried to look at libraries, where you can even give the, like some sort of like, because you talked about deep learning, huh? Yeah. So providing some training set where you can have the next class, like the 5th class, where you say that this is a mixed waste. So you don't put it into any of the bin, but you just keep it out and basically first identify that this is a mixed waste, and you need to do some pre-processing before, like segregating, and then you put into the system back in the system, and then do the segregation. So I think again, it's just a suggestion, and also something that you should look for.
Thank you so much. We'll absolutely look into it.
So just to add on, for mixed waste, as we talked about, we will contact the NGO Blue Planet's a very famous one. So they have this program which will help to use mixed waste. So we can use it as well. So yes, but we are looking at how to segregate mixed waste as well.
I think design problems are best solved when you look at a vast variety of imperatives that affect an object. And I like this presentation and your thinking, because you looked at a vast variety of things that affect the problem you're trying to solve. You didn't limit it to a few things and try to solve that problem. So I quite enjoyed this presentation.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
I just wanted to ask you one basic question. What do you mean by dry waste and wet waste, and do you have an understanding about why, what exactly do you refer as wet waste? Anything which has got moisture, is it wet waste, and everything that's dry, is it dry waste? Is it that what needs to be segregated, or is there more to it?
Right now we looked at what you are saying. So moisture means wet. So that's what the moisture sensor will detect, and dry means that does not have water in it. So right now we looked at that, but we can go into depth and look at.
Because to my understanding, it's got something to do with the biodegradability and something which is not biodegradable. So I think the segregation of dry and wet is not essentially the moisture that it has. It's got something to do with whether it's biodegradable or not. So, probably the focus should be on that, if I'm not wrong.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
It was a really nice pitch. You have understood what we are looking for. So thanks for that. Just one quick question. Have you thought of what is your power requirement for this is?
Yeah, so so we have a battery which has we'll have a battery in the bin which has a power backup of around 24 hours. So we'll do that. And so this is for the initial stage, but for we were thinking of a bike battery to use that, and the costing is also mentioned. But for the next stage, to make it even more sustainable, we were looking at installing solar panels. So but for now, because the cost will be really high, so right now we're just looking at battery.
No, because you have already put a sensor on the level, so it should not happen that it has not already full, but your battery is dead. So in that sense you have to evaluate. But yeah. Good initiative. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
That's it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The next, so let's now call on stage Team Medical from KR Mangalam.
Do we have to stand on the podium on stage? The stage would be better. Will you on the podium? Sure, we can stand on the stage. You sure? Okay, how many mics? How many people are you?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Prapti Garg,
and I, Arzu Rangwani,
are here from KR Mangalam Grade in Noida to pitch our startup idea, Medicol.
In India, where a huge number of people struggle to meet their daily needs, where arranging 2 square meals is a struggle, in such a situation, affording medicines is more than a luxury. Medicines are sold at very high rates, due to which poor people can't even afford the basic health drugs which they need in order to sustain when they face health problems.
Generic medicines are medicines that are developed just like the normal medicines. Generic medicines are available at relatively lower costs and can be afforded by common people. What is the prime idea of Medicol?
The prime idea of Medicol is to provide generic medicines to all over India at an affordable price at their doorstep, and to ensure the availability of medicines, to provide medicines at cheap rate to all the citizens.
I think we have played the wrong PPT here.
We've sent a new PPT.
Sorry for the interruption, everyone.
The prime idea of Medicol is to provide generic medicines all over India at an affordable price at their doorstep to citizens of all ages at cheap rates.
Medicol aims to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. This includes reducing waste in healthcare settings, promoting sustainable procurement of medical supplies and equipments, and reducing the environmental impact of healthcare activities. Electric vehicles will be used in our business for delivery because using renewable energy can make it more eco-friendly as stated by the SDG 13.
The SDG 13, established by the UN in 2015, is in this, the official wording is to take urgent action to combat climatic change and its impacts.
On what principle does Medicol works? The Medicol works on the principle of connecting all the generic medical stores in India and delivering the medicines to the people who place their orders from Medicol. Unlike other competitors present in the market, Medicol does not establish its own stores in areas to operate.
Our startup also ensures SDG 5 gender equality. Medicol's website is handled by well-educated female staff, ensuring that 50% employees are female. The male staff handles the transport and delivery department.
We ensure the SDG 5 of gender equality in our business while employing The generic medicines market in India in 2022 is estimated to be over 24.53 billion, which is expected to grow at a rapid rate of 6.97%.
Expansion of generic medicines in India through Medicol will help small town people and rural Indians to get generic medicines at an affordable price and help the generic medical stores to reach out to many more people. Our startup is equally beneficial for both the higher classes as well as for the poverty struck. As mentioned in the SDG 1, no poverty.
What if the medicines prescribed to the customers are branded? If the medicines prescribed to the customers are branded medicines, on the Medicol website, we would have a toll-free number to assist in such situations and help our customers. This service will be upgraded soon.
So our team has also prepared a website and we'd like to showcase it.
Let's have a look sight on the official website of our startup Medicol. Here is a chart of the Indian generic drug market. This is our official website. Let's have a look.
In this, we tell about our medicines, what are available right now. Can you scroll down a bit, please? In this, we click on the medicine we want. We can simply add to cart. The service of buying medicines is not currently started, so we can't buy it right now.
The prices of the normal medicines and our medicines is also mentioned so that the customers can get an idea between the rate of the normal medicines and the generic medicines.
For example, at a normal pharmacy, if I get a migraine pill for ₹80, then the same salt medicine would be provided to me in a generic medical store for ₹7 or less.
Medicol is beneficial for all the classes, from the higher class to the middle class to the lower class. No poverty. Our aim is to maintain a good health in our country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Medicol. So I just wanted to know if you understand the difference between a generic medicine and a branded medicine.
Yes,
Is
sir.
there anything that goes differently into it?
No, sir. Sir, we understand the meaning of generic medicines and branded medicines. Branded medicines have a patent of making a medicine for a year. Like for 5 years, they have made a patent. Like Pfizer made their vaccinations of COVID. They have a patent for few years. Only they can use that medicine for medicine salts. And
so are all branded medicines patented right now?
I don't think so.
So suppose if a doctor prescribes you Crocin, so is that a branded medicine or a generic medicine?
Crocin is branded, but it also had some medicines that are not branded with same salts and have same effects of
So
Crocin.
what is the salt in Crocin?
So basically,
don't
if
know.
we talk about the generic medical stores, they have medicines made of the same salt. Like talking about Crocin,
Yeah.
it has some particular salts that help in, dealing with the problem. For example, we take Crocin for fever.
True.
So there are particular salts that we need, that our body needs, so that we can recover from that fever. Generic medical stores deal with the salts. Like the generic medicines are made of the same salts as Crocin, but
Yeah.
they are available at a cheaper rate.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. The question here is like from where you are expecting your database for the generic salt and the branded one. Because the problem lies here that if I have to order a salt And if I don't know the salt, because doctors these days are not writing the salts, they are writing the medicines. So do you have thought this sort of conversion using a database for the branded ones and generic salts? And if yes, then do you have that sort of information with you?
It's like all the alternatives will be available on the website of Medicol. And as we mentioned, the original price of the medicines in the normal market and the generic medical stores, so the buyers can differentiate between them. Like Crocin and another medicine with the same salts, they will both be available on the website.
Yeah, no, but the database from where you are getting this comparative, from where you're creating this database, because it's your own website, no? So
from the shopkeepers. The shopkeepers also need a degree of B Pharma to sell the medicines in general store, generic medicine store too. So they will have a knowledge about the salts and similar medicines to that of branded medicines.
okay, so you basically the database will be created by the shopkeeper who is putting both the things.
Yes, yes. With many shopkeepers.
But as we grow our website more, we can also add a database list to it, which tells us that okay, you've been prescribed this medicine, so this medicine contains this salt. So if you want this medicine for a cheaper rate, you can go for this salt.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
So I have one question. So salt is one thing, and then the potency is also another thing. So you can have the same salt, but sometimes some branded medicines would come out in some certain potency that may not be available for generic brand. So what are your thoughts on that? Is there anything that you will? So would you support those medicines or not? And
Yes.
the other thing is that. So there are those Jan Aushadhi Kendras available, so this is from the PM's
PM's
initiative. We have to
initiative.
get all the generic brands. So it is very similar to what you're trying to do here. So my suggestion is that they have come out with a database already there. So they for every medicine, every branded medicine, they have a database of those generic salts that are available. And the next thing that you can do on top of it is the potency of the medicines. If you can basically solve that problem also, I think you can basically liaison with something that is already existing, and you can provide support, and can be the catalyst to that movement. I would say that would be great.
So ma'am, answering to this, I think we all have heard of the term Ayurveda, also known as Dadi Nani Ke Nuske. So in the old times when we don't have these medicines, we had the Ayurveda thing, and that used to cure mostly the diseases. So if there are any diseases that cannot be cured by the generic medicines, a separate Ayurveda column will be available on our website as we develop it, so that people can use them as a home remedy.
Regarding that Jan Aushadhi Kendra, we are basically trying to connect as many as Kendras and generic medicine store as possible, so that they can sell their medicines online, which has not been done by any platform right now. So we are basically trying to do that, collaborate with them and sell those medicines online. Any other questions? Thank you. That's from our side.
I'd now like to invite Shreya and Nutan from Sarvodaya Kanya Vidyalaya to present their pitch.
Hello everyone, how are you feeling?
Hello, what's up guys? Oh my god, you look so down. What happened? What happened to your energy? Shreya, should we do something to boost up the energy?
Definitely, we should. So let's take a pause now. It's been a long day now. So we would like you to do some little bit of mindfulness activity for a minute. So we would request you to close your eyes. Please close your eyes.
Please back straight and close your eyes and just focus on your breathing just for a minute, guys.
Yes. Thank you so much for all those who have done it, and to judges also. And just think about one thing which you learned today. So now I think we can start off. So hello everyone, my name is Shreya Kaushik and I am really passionate about fusion energy and nanotech. And
hello everyone, I'm Nutan and I'm really passionate about artificial intelligence and how it can solve the problems around me.
And most importantly, as a team, what we look for is combining our innovation education towards entrepreneurship. So that's what we are here for today. Our project is about solving irrigation issues and water issues and making the agriculture more sustainable. So we would like to go quickly make you go through some statistics. Can we change the slide, please? Thank you. So this is our nation, India, and this is some statistics about agriculture. Our country ranks second worldwide in farm outputs, and then as of 2021, about 54.04% people are employed in agriculture sector. Then there's agriculture contributes to 70 to 18% of the Indian GDP. Can we have next slide, please? Again, this statistics is about water. About 125 million liters of water is wasted every day in our country, which accounts for 30 trillion gallons per year. And 40% out of 70% water is wasted in agriculture. But you must be wondering, why Shreya, you are making me go through all these statistics, which you can definitely find very easily in Wikipedia. But there is a very different motive behind it. We would like to combine both these data now together and make you aware about something else. So let's talk about the bigger vision. It was summer, and as general, I was visiting my village, and this time the trip was very different because I was going through my ancestral fields. I was learning how a crop is cultivated, what are different irrigation methods, and I was learning the science practically. I was learning the crop production chapter in my science practically, and that's when we saw that there is a lot of water which is getting wasted while we are irrigating the crops. And that's where, and while we were observing all these issues, in Delhi we were having robotics class where we were discovering different kinds of electronics, like we were learning about how we can use Arduino for solving different problems and how we can use Internet of Things to solve maybe some of the biggest problems of our times. So then we decided to actually combine the water wastage problem and our innovation education. And to make this further, to make you understand about the magnitude of the problem and solution, I would like my partner to make you aware about it.
So some of the problems that we saw were inefficient irrigation system. So one of the example that I would like to give is flood irrigation system, in which the water is flow freely in the fields, which leads to water waste also, and it also leads to soil erosion. Second is overwatering, that is also the same. Overflow of water, which leads to soil erosion. Then the third is leaks and evaporation. Like Shreya said, out of the water that we can use, 70% is used in agriculture, and out of that 70%, 40% water is either evaporated or wasted in some or the other way. Fourth is poor scheduling. So basically, that's also the same thing. Like poor scheduling actually leads to the same like wastewater. And the fifth one is lack of monitoring. Like
I would just like to add up to my partner's point of lack of monitoring. what happens because of the lack of monitoring is, for example, my grandfather is actually irrigating the crops. He's turning on the irrigation system and the water is flowing. Maybe suddenly he went out of the crop, and then what happens? The water overflows, the water is wasted now. The crop does not require any more water, but the water is still like the plant is getting pumped by the water. So that's what we mean from the lack of monitoring. Now I would request my partner to introduce our solution. Next slide, please.
So all this problem leads to a solution, Aqua Vita, which means the water of life. Aqua Vita is basically an automatic device which is made by using sensors that delivers water to the crops or plants by detecting the needs of the plants. So this Aqua Vita is basically a device which will actually detect the need of the plants and will supply the water as according to that. Okay,
can we have next slide, please? Thank you. So now let's learn about the innovation part. Let's learn about the technology part. So this is our prototype that we made. Thanks to the technology that we can make it now without any cost. So here's the system where you can see that there is automatic irrigation system. It's a small box where we have the actual code, where we have the actual mechanism. The other parts are just the components where we are just trying to show that how it can be used. We have water sprinkle system, which will be sprinkling the water and getting it to the plants. Then we have pipe connections. Now let's understand and take a look inside the automatic irrigation system to actually understand that what is the technology and system behind it. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah. So this is the exact technology that we are using. We have some components as such as, you can see that there is a soil moisture sensor which will actually detect that how much moisture is there in the soil, and that moisture will help us to actually measure that how much water is required for the plant. Then there is humidity sensor which will actually check the humidity and the moisture in the air, because as much as it is important to check the moisture inside the water, it's important to also check the moisture on in the atmosphere. And then we have IoT, which is the Internet of Things, and it's one of the important ways. And let me tell you why we used IoT. We have other processors like Arduino Uno, which actually decreases our cost as well as makes this project much more efficient. But we used IoT because in case if your grandfather gets ill, or maybe there is no one in the field to actually take care of the crops will die. And because of that, we used IoT, because it's a wireless system. You can use it anywhere in the world. You just need internet connection and you just need power supply. And then we have relay, which is actually regulating the voltage here, and then water pump. Now, how this mechanism works is that the box that you saw earlier in the slide, there's a soil moisture connected just below the box. Once the soil moisture detects that there is very less humidity and moisture inside the soil, it basically gives the signal from IoT, using IoT to the water pump, and then the water pump is connected to the pipe connection, and that's where the water is stored, and using the water pump, the water is basically delivered to the plants using water sprinkler system. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, the monitoring mechanism is very important, and this is something which can be done in your phone easily. This monitoring system will help you to actually monitor how the moisture is there in your soil, how much it is there, what is the temperature, what is the humidity, and what is the value. And this will actually help you to implement the solution in much better way. Next slide, please. Now I would like to invite my partner to actually explain you about the different features which our project has.
So this project has a lot of features. One of the feature is convenient and efficient as it works according to the plant needs. So this project is very efficient as it detects the need of the plants and works according to it. And it is cost effective also. It saves the time of the farmers as well as the people who are working, who are like working and do not have the time to take care of their plants. Then the components that we need to make this project are easily available at Amazon. Then this project is also sustainable, and it is practicability of the application, like it can be used at any, at any soil, at any place.
Just want to add to the last point, as my partner said about practicability of the replication. What it means is actually you can implement this project anywhere. It's a multi-purpose project. I know that we decided to actually make the agriculture sustainable, we decided off with a very niche idea of irrigation, which no one thinks about. But it can also be used for a garden. Maybe all of us are working. My parents itself are working, and we don't have the time to take care of garden. So you can use it in your garden. You can use it for in your nursery if you own a nursery. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we are thinking to keep the cost as low as we can. So we are thinking to start off the project with 6,500 rupees or 7,000 rupees per project, as the components that we need to make the project requires 3,500 rupees to 4,000 rupees. Then the cost for fitting the project in the area, in the fields, requires a lot of hard work and skilled people. So it would require 1,000 to 1,200 rupees, and then we are keeping the profit margin of 1,000 to 1,200 rupees.
Lastly, do you want to say something? Lastly, we just want to say thank you for providing us with this opportunity to present our idea. And yes, and lastly, we just say that our idea follows 2 SDG goals. One is the SDG 9, which is about innovation in infrastructure, and next is SDG 13, which is climate action, because we are trying to solve water shortage as well as combining it with the innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just ask my quick questions. Yeah. So you say it works according to the needs of the plant. So how does it know the needs of the plant? Do we input it or does it sense it?
Yeah. So the sensor which is used here, the soil moisture sensor, it actually detects, and it also has some background coding itself. We have ranges there, we have moisture there in the plant, and we actually input basically code in the IoT mentioning the moisture, about basically the range of the moisture. So for example, if I am growing rice, I will enter in the code that this is amount of the moisture which should be present in the rice, and once it goes below, the mechanism knows that when it has to deliver the water.
Okay. And you might be knowing that there are some similar products which are available in the market. So how do you see their effectiveness with respect to what you are offering?
One of the things that we thought about when we first saw this project is about the nicheness, the way we looked at the problem, and the second is the materials that we are using right now. There are a lot of materials in the market available, and thirdly, we are trying to minimize the cost. So we are trying to use as sustainable methods as possible, especially for the boxes and the whole mechanism, so that it gets easy for the farmers to implement this project. Our sole goal is to make this project as much as possible to be practical with the farmers and for them to make this project more successful.
Have you done any analysis of how many sensors would be required per acre? Like, for example, I can see that with just one sensor, you won't be able to really, get the readings of your entire,
100%.
Entire farm. And because that would go in your cost as well. Huh? And the other thing which I also didn't understand is that initially you showed a lot of sprinklers, but traditionally in villages, you don't have that mechanism already existing. So I'm assuming that your cost doesn't involve any of, installing any of the pipes or the sprinkler system. It's just the cost of the
box,
the box,
yeah.
that the Aquavita box, huh?
Yeah.
As already pointed out, that maybe you can combine with some identification of the plant as well, so that you don't have to enter the value. So you have to do some differentiation in your product. So this is one of the differentiation you can do, is if you can do crop identification, saying that if it can identify the crop and set the moisture level itself. So that may be helpful, but I want to know whether, have you done any study on the number of sensors needed? No?
Yeah, so we did not look into that large scale, but we just look into very small scale, where the mechanism which we tried to implement here was just for a row. So there are different rows where the crops are implemented while we basically cultivate the crop in a field. So we measured that for one row, it will be required for one box of the sensors to actually measure the whole row. And this is our research, and which accounts for maybe 5 rows in a box. But what we are trying right now is actually enhancing our project more. As you said, that we need to combine with a lot of more technology, as well as what we are trying to do is that because we will have 5 boxes implemented in the initial and maybe in the initial project and initial pilot project, we are trying to minimize the cost, because then ultimately it will increase the cost of the crop. So we are still trying to research on how we can combine the 2 boxes into 1 boxes and try to scale it more further.
Have you also found out contact-less versus contact-based sensors for soil?
No, we haven't researched on it, but from our knowledge, what we are trying to solve will definitely require some kind of sensor which needs to be touched in the soil, because to actually know the moisture and humidity in the soil, the sensors definitely need to be in the touch of the soil.
Thank you. I have just a few couple of questions. As Jyoti has rightly mentioned, that the number of sensors have you thought of that you will have one mechanism and a multiple number of sensors first? Secondly, it has rightly pointed out, you have put a picture of sprinkler, but it is basically a switch which is controlling the flow of water. So I didn't understand how you are controlling the flow of water, whether it's a pipe mechanism you're considering or a tubular mechanism you're considering, because then the efficiency will vary based on which mechanism you're using for the flow of water mainly.
100%. So the mechanism that we are trying to consider here, we did not specify that in the slide, and we are so sorry that we did not mention also. The mechanism that we are trying to consider here is 2. We are trying to first consider sprinkler irrigation system, and the second is drip irrigation system. Why we chose, we are probably going to switch to drip irrigation system because it's more sustainable way, and even if we don't use a sensor, drip irrigation system can be the most sustainable method for agriculture right now, because it will just drop the water in the plant itself, and then the mechanism of the soil moisture sensor and delivering the plant basically and supplying the plant in the whole crop will go from the pipeline system. So there is a pipe which you saw in the model below, above in the slides, and then the pump will flow the water and it will supply it through the whole crop using drip irrigation system, just dropping the water into the plants.
Last question. You said you're trying to have a pilot project with multiple sensors or multiple box design and things like that. But it's a practical question that if you are trying to do it in a bigger farm, you need to have some assumption, but still some data that you're measuring, you're covering the entire measurement of the field. So in that sense, are you still considering having multiple boxes, or will it be easier for you to have a single box and multiple sensors? What is your thought on that?
We initially thought about this problem that having multiple boxes can be a problem itself, but what we are trying to do right now is to see how we can make connection in such a way that we need to only deploy one sensor and it can just deliver the water in the whole farm. So if we make a very strategic pipeline system, we can maybe solve this problem, because the way right now we are solving is just connecting with it in like one sensor and just it is flowing in one row. But in the sense, if we make the pipeline system very strategic, within like connecting one main connection with a lot of pipes, then we can solve this problem. And right now we are also thinking that it might not be sustainable solution for us to pilot this project with a lot of boxes. Maybe we will first need to research on making this mechanism much more sustainable with a strategic pipe system, and then we'll try to implement this project.
Seems cool. Thank you from my side.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Shreya and Nurdhan, for that energetic presentation. That concludes the think tank event. I would like to call Satvik and Arya back on stage to continue the event for the result declaration.
We would like to congratulate each and every one of you that participated. We would like to congratulate each and every one of you who participated in this competition, and we'll start with the result declaration. So as the jury comes to a decision for the think tank competition, we are going to announce the winners for the online competition conducted.
So we're going to be announcing the results for the individual online competitions, and the different topics included: memes and cartoons, poster making, comic strips, poem writing, slogans and taglines, video making, and painting competitions. Could I please invite Mr. Nitendra Singh, Dr. Nitendra Singh, to facilitate the handing out of the prizes?
By the time we are ready with judgment and all discussion, may I request Shira? Shira, may I request you to address our young mind by the time we are Dr. Nitendra signing certificates and doing other things. Can you just address the young mind? Oh, I have to be with the jury, but you want me to talk about each of just for 5 minutes. Okay. Nitendra signing. Because I heard that awesome.
I've had a special request. I think while the jury is discussing, to tell you a little bit more about ITER. As long as I'm here, I might as well tell you, right? A little bit about the work that we're doing, because we also told you about the internship opportunities, so you might want to know what we're doing. We're building a sun on Earth, basically. It's a really big project. It's a construction site, and we're based in the south of France, but it's an international project. And we have people working there from India, from America, that's where I'm from Europe, everywhere in Europe, Korea, China, Japan, and Russia. So that's 80% of the world's GDP has come together. This is a project that happened when Reagan met Gorbachev during the Cold War. They were talking about nuclear armaments and nuclear warheads, and they said to each other, this is such an interesting technology with a lot of potential, but could we maybe do something for peace, for the benefit of mankind with this technology? And that's where they came up with trying to use nuclear fusion for energy purposes. So fusion is what happens in the sun. It's when two hydrogen isotopes come together, they merge, but they don't want to, because they're both positive. And I'm sure you know that two positive elements don't want to fuse, right? But in the circumstances of the sun, where you have a lot of heat, does anyone know how hot the sun is, the core of the sun? Anyone guessing? It's 15 million degrees, right? So it's super hot. So with that heat, they're moving around a lot, and there's a high density of them. And then you have the gravitational force of the sun, which is much, much stronger than on Earth. So it's also pushing them together. So these three elements is something we're trying to recreate in a big machine. And this machine is called a tokamak. It's a kind of a funny word. It's a Russian word originally, and it literally means a donut-shaped vacuum. So it's in the shape of a donut. I like to call it a bagel because I'm from New York.
but it's the same thing. It's this shape so that the plasma can go around and around endlessly. And we use the biggest magnets in the world. There's superconducting magnets to confine and push the hydrogen isotopes together so that when they fuse, they come together and they release helium, which is clean, but also a neutron. This neutron that's released in this fusion, when this happens, can go to the moon in 6 seconds. That's how much energy it has. That's how much speed it has. And this neutron hits the wall of the donut, of the inside of this big vacuum, and that creates tons of energy, which creates heat. And then it's just like a normal power plant. The heat is translated into steam and it turns turbines and that creates energy. So this is what we're trying to build. Now, tokamaks already exist. They're all over the world, and we're doing research on them all over the world. But there's one big problem with tokamaks and energy today. They cost more energy to actually make this fusion happen than they give us. So that's not really effective, is it, if you're trying to replace fossil fuels with something that costs more energy? So what ITER is doing is, we're a research project. We want to show that you actually can produce energy. We want to show that it produces 10 times more energy than it takes to make it, okay? So we're building this machine because it's been done before in smaller machines. We realized in order to create more energy, we need more space inside, so it's really, really big. It's 10 times bigger than any of the tokamaks in use today. In fact, it's as big as an 8-story building. And some of these superconducting magnets weigh more than a Boeing 747, just one of them. And there are going to be 18 of them in a D shape that go around in a circle like, think about an orange. You have them all around as segments. And then there'll be 6 going around as well that have a different purpose, all to control the plasma. And then a really, really big column in the middle of the donut. And what's also really kind of weird and challenging about the project is it's not weird, it's actually great because it's collaboration. All the different parts are being made all over the world so that we all learn the technology, create the manufacturing and skills for the future. So there are some parts that were made in Japan, and there are other parts made in Italy, and they have to be exactly the same. And then they have to be shipped to France and arrive on our site and installed in the tokamak pit. That's what we call it. And India is actually, earlier, I think it was Anand mentioned that India is ahead of everybody else with the SDGs. You're also ahead with everybody else in the constructing of this tokamak, because India was responsible for something called a cryostat. That's the biggest refrigerator in the world. And it kind of goes around this machine because it's going to be very hot in the middle, 150 million degrees. And on the outside, just outside of the vacuum wall, it's going to be the coldest place in the universe, -4 Kelvin. And we need a big refrigerator for that, and India made that. Yay, yeah. And yeah, the problem is you guys are way too fast because we're not ready yet. So we have to protect it and wait until we can put the refrigerator on. We celebrated with samosas at a big party on that. So this is a very long project. It's not something that's going to make fusion available in time, unfortunately, for some of the goals coming up in 2030, because we still need to finish building the machine. And then there'll be another test to show the industrial use of the machine. This is more the scientific viability. And after that, we need to move to the industrial viability. So there are lots of discussions on the timing, but we hope to be ready by 2050 to have it on the grid and provide baseload energy. That means 24/7. And it will be complementary with renewables and nuclear and other types of energy. It won't just be the only type. And one of the most wonderful things I like about fusion is that we'll all be able to have our own reactors, our own tokamaks, so we'll never need to fight or have a war about energy again once this is available. So it's coming back to Reagan and Gorbachev saying they wanted to do something peaceful for the benefit of mankind. So that's in short what we're doing at ITER, and that's a little bit about what fusion is, a star on Earth. And that's the story. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Arya, over to you.
Yeah. We're now going to be announcing the results for the individual online competitions. May we invite Ma'am Anju Soni ma'am to hand out the awards to the winners. We would like to ask the winners to come and collect their certificates as their name is announced. Certificates.
Can children who are responsible for individual prizes and teachers please come with the prizes on stage? Thank you. Vishaka ma'am.
We would also like to invite Matthew sir to hand out the awards. Matthew sir, if you could please come to the stage. Matthew sir, so the first competition we have is the memes and cartoons competition. At third position, we have Ryansh Raj Ratra from Aravali International School, a student of grade 8. Aravali School is not present here, so he is in absentia. At second position, we have Shivain Raj Kandoi from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad. At first position, we have Ayushi Dalmia from Shiv Nadar School, Noida. The second competition we have is the poster making competition. At third position, we have Kashish Bansal from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad.
Which class is? Which class?
Grade 5.
Oh, wow. So Kashish is from grade 5, Faridabad. A big round of applause.
At second position, we have Vihan Chaudhary from Shiv Nadar School. Nahi likha.
Which campus you are from? You haven't written. Faridabad. Okay. Grade 6.
And at first position, we have Triyambika Chauhan from Shiv Nadar School, Noida, a student of grade 7. We would also like to add a special mention for Dishti Rawal from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, a student of grade 3. Please give a huge round of applause. Next up, the competition we have is comic strips. At third place, we have Shiven Raj Kandoi from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad of grade 8. At second place, we have Ansh Vats from Aravali International School. He is in absentia. At first place, we have Idika Besla from Aravali International School, also in absentia.
The next set of awards we're giving is for poem writing. On third place, we have Shubhi from Vidya Gyan School, Bulandshahr, from grade 8. At the second place, we have Roshni Lodi from Vidya Gyan School, Bulandshahr. The first position goes to Shiven Raj Kandoi from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad.
Next up, we have the slogan and taglines competition. At third place, we have Nandini Kapoor from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, from grade 4. At second place, we have Shivam Chablani from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad, from grade 8. And placing first in the slogan and taglines competition is Utsav Chawla from Shiv Nadar, Faridabad.
The next set of awards is for the video making competition. The third place goes to Jashit Singh from Shiv Nadar School, Noida. I apologize, from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad. The second position goes to Shruti Satija from Shiv Nadar School, Faridabad. The first position goes to Manya Prashar from Shiv Nadar School, Noida.
The earlier winner Stuti is not from Faridabad. Stuti is there in audience. Please reach us. Not from Faridabad. Must be from Noida or misprint. Sorry.
The next set of awards is for the painting competition. At the third position, we have Palakshi Jangra from Shiv Nadar School, Noida. At the second position, we have Ahan Singh Mahato from Shiv Nadar School, Gurgaon. And the first position goes to Arush Gupta from Shiv Nadar School, Noida. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
The startup pitch is taking some time for judgment. May I request all the judges, parents and guests to stay for some time. Startup pitch, the moment we come with the result, we will announce. Ganesh sir, are we ready? Please come. This is the last award, what we are looking for. And I don't know, but I will take feedback from all of you, those who were in audience, that how were the startup pitch and would you like to take something and do on the same line. Thank you.
Hello. So we are about to finish the session. I'm quite excited and felt really impressed with the audience, and I take this moment meantime the results are coming to thank you all of you. The team who is doing all background tasks, your sound people and those camera people, they are doing a great job. Thank you parents for sparing time and joining us. And it was a wonderful experience being here, and I'm loving it. I also like to thank all the people, all the participants from the IYNS who were working in the background, and a special round of applause to where is my SNS boss Vinita ma'am, who's doing so many things with us, and she's taking a flag from IYNS. It's for you, ma'am. So we are ready with the results. No, this is the job of, the head of the committee. Take the lead. Announce the results.
So the teams participating were quite competitive, and so the results as in a way would reflect that as well. So we had to go for a joint third, because frankly speaking there was no practical difference between the two teams. So starting from the joint third two teams. So team Recharge and team Desi AC for the joint third prize. evaluation sheet है क्या? So we have judged the teams on the basis of the innovation that they have brought in into the pitch, also the thought they have put in, the depth of the thought, also the gap areas in the society which they have identified uniquely, and also the the basics that they have, the clarity of the basic physics and the technology that goes into their pitch. So we have evaluated the teams on the basis of all these things. So the second team recharge. Yeah, you can. Shira and Ankita, you can also join on the stage. Yeah, so the second prize goes to Team Moscow for their wonderful presentation, also the efforts that they have put in. So a big round of applause, guys, for Team Moscow. So coming to the first prize of the event. So let's welcome Team Swachh Bins for the first prize.
The Swachh Win, I actually missed few of the startup page, and I was so very impressed that you guys did experiment and you guys did make the real model, and the startup pitch is ready to go in market. Yes, Faridabad campus, please go and take your award. And the teacher mentor, a big round of applause for Kilkam ma'am, and please come here, ma'am, both of you. And all teachers mentor, Faridabad, Aravali, Noida campus and DPS, those who mentored the kids in this project. Okay, so the Faridabad campus teacher is saying there were many teachers who were mentoring to Faridabad team of students. So the big round of applause to the Faridabad team of teachers who mentored these two kids. Thank you. Arya?
Anju ma'am, it would be great. Anju ma'am, it would be great if you could stay on stage.
I guess before we move on, it is very important to thank our core committee. These children have worked tirelessly to make this event a success. So first, we would like to invite our core committee members on the stage. And as I call your name, children, please be there. We start with Vedehi Saxena. Vedehi, please come up on the stage. Great job done, girl. Then Dishita Joshi. Dishita, please come. Satvik, let's have you on the stage. And if Satvik is on stage, how can Arya be far behind? Arya. And then we have Ashna. Shloka, I hope you're here in the hall. Shloka, you're wanted on the stage. Come. Our IT support, Ekansh. Support nahi, I should say head. Ekansh, let's have you on the stage. And the event would be incomplete without having Nirali on the stage. Where are you, Nirali? Please come up. And Harsh Yadav all the way from Bulandshahr to make this event a success. Harsh, let's have you on the stage. Thank you so much, children. Any school event, it is basically you who make it a success. So thank you very much.
Also, Mr. Amitesh, can we have you here? I heard that children have become crazy about the way you took session for grade 6 to 8. We really bow you, and we will, talk to you in conference room. Thanks a lot, parents. We need to very quickly do the wind up. All those students who are at back, you can go for lunch. Please go.
Grades 9 and 10, you've been a wonderful audience. Grades 9 and 10, you've been a wonderful audience. Let's keep that up for the last 5 minutes as you disperse from the WCH. Thank you. May I request Ms. Shira to join me here? Here. May I request you to please join me here, Dr. Nitendra and Ms. Shira. On the stage. On the stage.
May I request teacher Shiv Nadar School, please see that students are moving out very smoothly. Disha ma'am, will you please? Samyak sir, please will you go on stage? And Amitesh sir, will you please be on stage?
Just quickly want to tell everybody the participation certificates will be given to your schools. We'll send them over to your schools. Thank you.